Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hi. Oh, you're kind of close. Get out of here. Hi, everyone. Congratulations so early for getting first. Oh my god. I'm gonna put him off the screen. I don't know what he's up to. Hi. Hi, Osa. Hi, Broly. Hi, Kadon. Hi, Carrot. Thank you for the alert, Carrot. That's so sweet of you. Good afternoon from Texas. Oh, good afternoon. I think you're in a different time zone than me. Is it cold over there? I know a lot of people are getting snow this weekend, but I don't know. I don't know if Texas is a snow zone or not. Happy Funky Wunky Friday. I hope you're all doing so good. Um, um, we got a fun stream planned. I'm playing Don't Starve Together with Zora. Look at him. Oh, don't look at him. Yikes. I don't really know what's going on his stream. I don't know why he's a ugly cat. Um. Ugh. Anyway, how are you guys? I hope you're so good. I'm doing pretty good. I got iced coffee. I got milk for the first time in like 2 weeks. Cause we might be getting snow over here, and everyone's freaking out buying a bunch of milk and eggs and bread. And I was like, shoot, I kind of want milk too. So I went to the market and I got some milk. It's raining, but we're supposed to have a winter storm. I have a bowl of ramen so I'm comfy cozy. Yo, what flavor? What flavor? That's so nice. Toast. Toast. My goodness, I don't know what he's talking about on his side. I low-key left him. I was like, I'm gonna go talk to my chat. Goodbye. I assume your time zone is in the future. I'm on the east coast of the United States, so for me it is 4:31 p.m. Yep. But it's still good morning. I think good morning can be any time of the day that you want it to be. Glad she threatened you to stream. Yo, am I getting slandered over there? Bro, okay, hold on. I'm gonna I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for my collab partner. I don't know why he's usually a really cute like little ice dragon guy. I don't know why he's this creature. I'm gonna undeafen in Discord and see what he's talking about. Sorry, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Okay. Ready? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Hello? Hi. Oh. Oh. Um. Are you good?
Hi. Sorry.
Oh. Hi. Why are
I
you
didn't know you can.
ugly?
What?
Like your little guy is ugly. What's up with that?
No.
Oh. Okay. Hi,
Don't get
Mercy. What?
that beauty is on the inside.
I don't know. Like the inside of your mouth looks kind of scary.
Ah.
That's nice.
What's
Oh,
wrong?
nothing much. What's wrong with you?
Don't say that.
No.
That's not how you
Oh, sorry.
converse.
Oh, sorry. I'm nervous.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Hi, shrimp.
god. Oh my god. I love shrimp.
Me too. I like
Oh.
eating shrimp.
Oh. Um, that's nice. What you munching on?
Toast.
Does it have stuff on
I guess cottage cheese on it.
it? And fruit? Or like just cottage cheese?
No, it was just like straight up.
Oh. That's
Okay,
so. Oh, sorry. That
look at
sounds
me in my
so.
eyes.
Um.
Why would you do that?
Hmm. Oh. Mm. Do you want to play the
Do we
game?
have a problem? Oh, okay, sure. I gotta make like a
since Strawberry
server.
Jam. Oh yeah, I thought you already did that.
I was not. I was just eating.
That's fine. So, toast and strawberry jam goes crazy. I guess any type of jam goes crazy. I'm a big jam enjoyer. I like fruits. No butter though. Just jam.
Jam.
Jam. Um. Oh, my game's muted.
Oh, you should be muted too.
Aw. I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah, nothing. Just mute.
Okay. Bye.
Later.
Gross.
Got her dumbass PNG. Her eyes are closed.
Bro! I mean, you're just jealous that I can close my eyes. What the hell?
I don't want to close these eyes. Look at them.
I'm looking. Why are the feet so detailed?
I don't know. I didn't make them.
No way.
Stop looking.
Sorry. Is that Fall Out Boy the last song? It was! I really like Fall Out Boy. Oh, I gotta draw some Ice Cube. Are you jealous?
What the hell is that?
I don't know. I assume it's a cosmetic, but it looks like a shark with ropes around it.
Okay, I'm not jealous.
it might be a hat. I'm not sure.
Oh.
Oh.
I have a tradition wherever I travel somewhere. I try to find a farmer's market or something, and I will find the most weird or interesting jam or something native to the area.
Yo!
I'll send it to my best friend, a fellow jam enjoyer.
That's
Got a
so
side quest
nice.
going.
That's so nice. Where my invite at?
I'm making the world.
Okay.
Be patient.
It's cute that it's like Christmas themed still.
It is?
Is it not for you? For
Oh,
me, it's
I
like
wasn't really looking.
oh. For me, the music is like jingle bells, and everyone's got like little scarves on.
Hmm.
Yarp.
Yarp.
Yarp. Where's my world at?
Oh my god. Where's my mute button at?
You can deafen if you want.
Oh, thank goodness for permission.
Thanks for feeling the need to need permission.
Oh, you're welcome. The funniest one I found was Toe Jam.
Ew. What?
What is that?
What does that taste like?
Okay, I'm inviting you.
Yumi.
Bro.
Sorry.
Might fight this guy.
Might fight this guy. Don't tell him though.
I'm good. I'm great.
Are you listening to that?
No, but I'm about to be.
Oh, that's so nice.
I'm so ready.
Man, I'm not. My screen
Actually, we
is
don't
white.
allow song requests. We ban anybody who asks.
Okay, we don't just ban people who ask for songs. That's a bit harsh.
Actually, we do.
I don't know what this.
It's a new rule. It just came out.
Okay, well maybe
I'm great.
you can have that rule.
I'm good.
Tangerine, orange,
I'm
and
great.
elderberry. Oh. I
Oh.
wouldn't have thought elderberry would go with citrus. Did you just like turn your game audio off? Or do you have like layered music right now?
Oh, I have the music turned off. I think.
You don't even know.
No, I didn't even have game audio coming through.
Man, what a soggy streamer you are.
No, stop.
Stop.
I'm good. I'm right.
Should I be a little guy or a little guy?
So many options.
I know. Well, I only played 2 of the characters, but I don't know which one.
Funny that I own this game but never played it before because I'm lazy. You liar, we've played together.
Sheesh! I see blocked it out of his memory.
Yeah, probably because he sucked ass.
You didn't carry him?
No, I didn't.
It's kind of sad. Oh my goodness, I got so much drip. Why is there a honeycomb cereal box in the bottom right corner? Oh, that would be because I really like honeycombs. Yummy. It's yummy. I wish I had nicer pants options.
Funny how I don't own the game nor played it before. What? We gotta fix that issue.
I think that's kind of tragic.
I'm good. I'm great.
Oh, for real?
You have an extra copy, send it to Ina, bro.
Oh, slay. Slay, 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 slay.
Where are you?
Just I'm putting an
sorry.
outfit on. Jeez. Oh, you're like, my hair is in your face. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay.
Just now noticed this
On a
in the
shower day, huh?
tagline. Is there a sexy command in chat? Oh, that just takes you to a link where you can vote in a tournament. I think it's pretty good. I think you should vote in it. Also, it is a shower day. I showered at like 3 p.m. Man. Are you playing
Sorry,
the
I didn't know you
girl?
heard that.
Bro. Are you playing the girl that only eats meat?
Mm-hmm.
That's so awesome. Means all the carrots are mine.
I guess.
Well, what are you gonna do with them? Can I listen to music with you?
Yeah, let me start a jam.
Yippee! I love when you host everything and I don't have to do any of it.
I know, I might as well be the one playing on your stream.
Well, like you kind of are. In a
Well,
way.
in a way.
Oh my goodness, thank you for the alert,
Oh my
Touchy.
god, it's that guy with the dumpy.
Okay, well, that's... Are you being respectful to my chatters?
Is that not respectful to be like, sheesh?
Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on how you meant it. Did you mean it respectfully?
I meant like, damn, look at that thing. Might
Is...
poke it.
Okay. I guess so. Okay.
Are you ready for this?
For what?
To not die?
Yeah.
How did you know? You have that aura, I think.
Don't say Jerchy exudes a dumpy aura.
Is that not real?
It might be real. Man, I forgot how to play this game for real.
Yo, look at this.
The pig?
Yeah, he's a king.
Wow. Nice to meet you.
Oh,
What?
I thought you were calling me the pig king. That's a little sus.
No, you could just be like a regular pig, I think.
Bro.
Sorry. You don't really have like king energy.
That's not real.
You have like squire energy. Little guy energy.
Ugh.
No, that's like a good thing.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I know.
Don't say I have jester energy. There's a
Yeah,
jester already here.
Ina gets it.
Ugh.
I hate public transportation. Oh my goodness, high effects. What's wrong with public transportation?
Aw.
I haven't been on public transportation in a long time.
I hate it too.
Ooh. Is is an airplane public transportation? Or is that private?
Like it's kind of a way. I don't
Okay.
know.
I really like airplanes.
I wish there was like a mini map.
Um yeah.
Everything okay, my man? Where are you?
I don't know, I'm getting a call.
Answer it.
Ugh. No.
Oh,
I don't know who it is.
it's okay.
No,
Oh my god.
they say if you like answer calls, like people can get like your voice and then use that to scam you.
It's only if you like say certain keywords.
Is that real?
You just can't be like yes. You can't say yes.
Oh, I don't know. I think I'd rather just like avoid it altogether.
I'd rather just like answer it and be like cheeseburger.
Okay. Debt collectors are calling and you're like cheeseburger.
Hi, this is Ricky Tikki Bobby Wobbin.
So
Where are
lovely.
you?
I am. Well, I rotate my maps. I don't know.
Ugh.
I'm sorry.
Ugh.
I'm picking berries right now.
If you answer spam calls, they'll keep calling you.
Oh. See, like, that sucks too. I just don't want any of that. Made me miss my movie that I didn't pay for, but still, that sucks.
What movie?
What did you do when you get there? Like, did you miss the full movie or did you just, like, miss a little bit of it? Oh. Wait, I don't have a torch. I'm
I don't either.
cooked.
I'm gonna die. I'm literally dead. That's okay. There's fireflies.
Do the
You would
fireflies...
not believe your eyes. Hmm?
Hold on, I'm finding you. I just block all the numbers? Oh. I don't think I'd block someone if I didn't know who it was.
I think that's like the point.
Oh. Well, it's like from an area code that I know. I just like don't know the number.
Well, scammers use the area code that you're from so that they have a higher chance of you answering.
Is that real?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, have you ever been a spam caller before?
Yeah.
Really? How did that
No.
go? Oh. I don't know. I feel like that sounds like something you would do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the stretch. Didn't go in. It's like a serious indie cinema, so they don't let in anyone late? Why it gotta be me though? They don't let you in late. That's so cooked. I feel like I'm always late for movies because I don't like to watch all the previews. So it's
She's
like,
late for everything.
okay, well that's real, but it's like planned for the movie theater, you know? I don't really want to watch 25 minutes of advertisements. Hey, where are you?
Are you under the Pig King or above the Pig King?
I rotate my map, so...
Are you in the
Okay, do you see how
desert?
there's a raccoon near the Pig
Yeah,
King. Yeah, I'm. The raccoon is above the Pig King, and I'm above the raccoon.
you're upside down.
Upside
So you're above the what?
raccoon.
You're in the desert,
No.
bro.
Mm,
That information did not help. Go to the raccoon place.
okay. What the hell is that tumbleweed over here?
So you're in the desert.
No. Because it's like trees and flowers
Mm,
and
okay.
pigs. Oh my god, I learned a pitchfork blueprint. Can I be honest? I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing.
Can I be honest? I know.
Okay, well,
Wow, look. You're in the desert.
this isn't this isn't a desert.
No, not this. Under it, where you were.
I was up here. This isn't a desert.
Mm-hmm.
Bro,
You need to get your brain x-rayed.
I hope you starve.
I won't. Where the rocks at?
Right here.
No, like the little rocks.
Arkansas, I think. Did you like that joke?
Not really.
Did you get it?
Mhm.
This sucks, by the way.
This sucks?
Yeah.
What sucks?
Um. Yep.
Tell everybody.
No, that's okay.
No, tell everybody. It's fine.
No, that's okay. Ouch. Hi, Jaru. Good evening. I hope you're having a funky monkey Friday.
I think I'm gonna starve. Hmm?
um. Kill that crow.
I have meat. I just don't want to eat it raw.
Why not?
Mm, raw.
I like the way you say raw.
Raw. What? Why do I don't say it weird.
I didn't say you said it weird. I just said I like the way
Yeah.
you said it. I didn't. Yo! Hi, here. Oh my
Hi.
goodness. Hi. Sora is here.
Yeah, we're listening to Sticky. This is awesome.
It is so awesome.
Yeah. Rawr.
For real.
To my humble abode. Abode.
It's nice. Do you have an
I need
axe?
rocks.
Oh.
No, I need flint. I'm starving, and there's animals.
Just eat your raw meat. Oh my goodness, look at you. Can you eat monster meat or no?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
I'm glad you're a part of this fight.
I don't want to get hurt. Just like run away.
Everything's fine. There's not a single flint in this entire game.
You generated a bad world, huh?
Don't say I generated a bad world like it's my fault.
Well, it's certainly
Look at
not
all the tumble.
my fault. I
What's in
kind of
them?
like them. Grass, but in one of them I found a blueprint. Maybe you'll find a flint in one.
That's what I was hoping for.
Maybe let's get out of the desert.
Oh my god.
What? I'm being real.
Oh, nothing.
Okay. have insight.
Bussy.
That's nice. Hi, Cozy. Good morning.
I hope your morning sucks. Oh.
Are you mad because they called you British?
No. Maybe a little.
It's the way you say raw.
Bro.
Okay, there's gotta be flint around here, perhaps. I think.
Why can't I cook off of this burn ass thing?
What burnt thing?
I like lit something on fire and I was hoping that I could cook from it.
Oh, can you not? I thought you'd be able to. This game is hard, huh?
A little. Bussy.
Oh, that was a big. Oh. In a circle, huh?
Where'd you go?
The wrong way. I'm like towards spawn. I'm just
Oh
trying to
my.
get. Well, I'm trying to get out of the desert because I want rocks.
I forgot I had that sound redeem. I don't know why I have that one.
Which one is it?
I don't know how to like
And just like say it. Or is it not words?
express. It's not words.
Oh. Go on then.
I also got hit with the PTSD, Ina. Ow.
Kind of close to your mic
I'm
there,
insane. I'm starving.
huh?
Hello?
Sorry. I can make you a flower crown, maybe. Hello?
Sorry. That was awesome. I'm about to die.
Are you still in the desert?
No, I'm like somewhere way different. You're
Like I
laughing,
got
but I'm being
emotion.
real.
Well, I know that's why I'm laughing. I don't know, just pick some flowers. Surely you'll be okay.
It's fine.
So I'm saying, it's fine. Don't.
Wow, who put those sound redeems in there? Those are fucking good. Sorry, I feel bad you're missing out.
No, I'm content.
I think if you would have heard that, you would have had a great time. Don't, Ina, don't say
out on
that.
farting noises. Okay, well, I think that's quite alright. I'm chilling.
No, don't make me sound like a goober.
I'm
Aww.
not doing that.
I'm gonna starve.
I have not seen a single piece of flint. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
We need to make a pickaxe. Is there no flint? Like, what is wrong?
I ate a mandrake for fun and now I'm sleeping.
For fun.
Yeah, I went in my inventory and it's like, I wonder if I can eat him.
There's
The
like
answer is
only 3 of them
yes.
in the whole game.
Oh, is it
You
like a
just ate
crafting
it for
material?
fun.
Is it
I'm not really
important?
sure.
Well, if you don't know,
I just
then you're not gonna miss it, surely.
okay.
I'm never gonna find you again, by the way.
Yeah, this is kind of cooked.
Maybe next time make a better world, huh? You don't start this time and he is. Manifested it.
What if I stopped at a red light and I looked at you and I said,
Why'd you slurp
"What's
in
up, baby
between that?
girl?" Oh, sorry, that wasn't for you.
I know, I just didn't really like hearing your voice say that.
My face when I see a green light.
Thunk.
You want to restart the world?
That would be fine with me.
Yeah, you're not gonna.
Huh? I'm not gonna what?
Then I make eye contact. Then I hero boom at you and I say, "What's up, baby girl?" How would you react? Okay, I'm gonna restart this shit.
Okay.
Maybe we just have to die.
Okay. I could play with the spiders.
Wow, that going so well.
I thought we were dying on purpose.
Even that's kind of hard.
Bro, can you get it together, please?
Get what together?
Your act, I don't know.
You're the one that needs to get it together.
I died. I followed instructions.
Exactly, you're throwing.
Bro.
This song is so good.
Don't glaze your own playlist, please.
Sorry.
Oh, wow. I love when you stream.
You're not even here.
Oh, wait, it's generating the world. I'm joining, don't worry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Okay, this will go so well, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you.
Yeah.
We're the Flint. There's Flint!
That's so good.
Flint and Steel.
Oh my goodness. Have you seen that movie?
You wanted this. No.
Did I?
You did. Buffy. Has anybody ever noticed the Death Note gif it plays whenever you Buffy?
Shut up.
Okay, what do you want? Where's your chat?
They're sleeping.
I stare at it every time. 71% Gooner.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, put the toe gem away.
Oh. Marcy, I think you're valid for that.
Who keeps doing it?
You sound crazy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's awesome.
There's so many Flint. This is awesome.
It's awesome.
Call me a poet
Our
artist.
base is gonna be so good.
Okay. You hit that tree.
Thank you. I so will.
Oh, what a good song. Turn this shit up.
Real.
No blues. When you said Flint, I thought you said Flynn's, and I was like, oh, Flynn's is in his game, I guess. Hmm. You should cosplay Flynn's.
That go crazy.
Hmm. No blues. Is there a problem? Okay.
What color would you color in your mood? Genuine question.
You said it like the kids, like, you know, when you have a whenever you, what color would you color in your mood?
That's
I
how
think it would
he
be like
said it.
some kind of purple
Oh, that's good.
or dark red.
Oh. Why?
What about you,
Um.
Buzzy?
Maybe. Maybe like orange.
Why are you orange?
Um. Go.
Thank you for the first time chat, Buzzy.
That's so lovely.
That's so. I'm proud of you.
Wait, there's so many critters around here.
Buzzy. In the deepest seas. Color in my mood. No blue. No violets on horizon. A shoe that you knew that I pussy when it's quiet.
Wow. That's so awesome for you.
I love being able to hear myself.
Can you hear yourself?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you have monitoring on, don't you?
Hey, bitch. I pussy when it's quiet.
I noticed that about you.
Oh my god, thank you for the pussy. Bitch.
Overgrown statue. Do you know what this
Sorry, I'm
is?
ruining everything.
What?
I don't know, do this.
Oh,
Ah!
okay, well...
Jester mask.
They're kind of fast, aren't they?
Oh, come here.
Okay. Oh, you're kind of strong, huh?
Pick up the queen costume. Peach plus Buzzy equal Pog streamer. Why, thank you.
That's so real.
Paid actor.
Paid actor.
How do I look?
Soggy.
Your mask is over here.
Oh, thank you.
Chicken jockey.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry, I gotta say it. Peach. Oh my god, so cool then. What's wrong?
Machine gunning feet. Wow, this is so awesome.
Don't say jester energy again.
Oh. Are you not wearing a jester costume?
I am, but like that's irrelevant.
Jingle
What if we
so
talk to the
outside.
statue? Never mind.
You're like singing poetry. Oh, I'm not. I'll just complaining. Does this do something?
I don't know. Put him in. I'm gonna put mine in there. Oh, I can't.
And where? And my dog?
Mm-hmm.
Bro. If you give it to me, I can put it in my dog. Hi, Alice. Thank you for the 35 stream streak. I didn't give that.
It's irrelevant.
It's not even just it's fool. That's worse. That suits
Don't say I.
you. That suits you.
It's dark.
It's
It's
dark.
dark. It's dark.
I don't have a thing. Thank goodness you do.
Back on the gear. Ow, fuck.
You could move your mic like slightly higher so you don't. Okay.
Ow.
Wow. Take a shot every time Sora says ow.
I won't even say it that much.
You said it like 8 times already.
I did?
Mm-hmm.
Stop running the opposite way of me, you freak.
Oh,
Where
sorry.
we going?
I don't know, but I put traps somewhere. Oh, they're down there.
Oh.
Well, I thought you wanted meats, perhaps.
Growl! Growl! Growl!
What?
Arr, 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 arr.
Are you okay?
Growl!
Growl.
Meow. NYA. Sorry, you're missing out.
I clearly am.
I need to turn that shit up. That was awesome.
Wow.
Okay, I'm turning the sound alerts up, so don't play any loud ones.
You know people are.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, my traps are somewhere. Look.
Peach.
Phyllis Rabbit.
Yes. Okay. Peach.
Okay.
Where we going? Where do you
I
want to live?
don't know. I think it's good to live like kind of near Beefalo a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
We should find.
Do we have any?
those. No.
We can keep going up this road. It's more like grass area.
Yippee! I think that sounds good.
Yippee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I was queuing a song for you. Sorry.
For me.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it's you in Village.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
It's berries.
Wait, I do like this
What is this
song.
fella? Oh, that guy's
Rob.
strong, actually. Don't fuck with him.
Okay. Oh, my pockets are full.
No.
No, it's okay.
Key? You like Key and Buffy and Peach? What?
Oh my
Where have you been?
goodness. Beast as hell.
Sheesh. You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
In Hero's basement. That's kind of real.
What a good place to be.
How do I get an invite?
It's down here. That's so cute.
Can we watch Neon Neko Sugar Girls in the basement together?
That's so cute.
We can start freaking.
Ah,
I lucky think my activity feed is broken
why come?
because I haven't seen any of the new follows pop up. So we're just gonna pretend like
Do you have like notifications for it? Like on.
no, like they're not working.
Oh. Maybe nobody followed you.
Well,
Maybe they just like your. Maybe they just like your sound redeems, but they don't want to commit.
kind of real.
It's real. I'm being mean.
Oh, they just like me for my bussy. They don't even want me, bro.
It's not relatable. I'm sorry.
Don't say that's not relatable.
It's not. I'm sorry.
Bussy.
Sorry you had to go through that.
Peach.
Um, where should we
I'm sorry.
go?
I don't know.
When are you doing karaoke?
I could.
Like right now?
Okay, like, not right now. That's not freaking. Sorry.
Yo! This is so awesome. Wait,
If I do karaoke, it's just gonna be V over and over again.
what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Okay, then do it. Oh, what a good song.
I know. Next stream I do, I'll just listen to my own covers as the background music.
That's kind of bass as hell.
It's the most interactive stream you've ever seen.
That's
Oh my
good.
goodness. You can definitely request that.
Yo! Zora covered that one. He did a good job.
I covered Chroma Drift too, yeah.
Oh, that's what I was talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I did this one too.
Oh. Yeah, really.
You walk in the room.
We gotta be close.
To what? I don't see Beefalo anywhere.
Yeah, but we gotta be close to him, surely.
I could sense them.
Yeah.
I think we're going the wrong way if we're looking for Beefalo.
Why do you think that?
When you're walking in.
Oh.
Because the grass area is where they're from. And we're not in the grass area.
Yeah, but I'm sure we're close to some grass.
Okay, well you're just saying stuff.
I'm hopeful. Come here. Look, this is something.
When you're walking, what is this? Suspicious moon rock.
You.
Don't say that's.
Sorry.
Is that my face when I?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, can I zoom in on it?
Do you have a torch?
Yeah, but it's like, but. Shish.
Sheesh.
Face me.
What?
Keep me alive.
Sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Saying sorry doesn't mean it's okay.
I didn't need it to be okay.
A lot of people are expecting us to fight.
Oh.
You wanna address that?
No.
Okay.
When the vibes are right.
When the vibes are right.
Yeah, I need like a
I
home
check the shit out.
first. Yo!
You need a home?
I need a home first.
Homeless.
Homeless. It's okay, that means we got a homeless trip. Yo!
Oh. I love this song. There's spiders.
I see the spiders, thank you.
Wanna do something about it?
I'm not as strong as you. Like, I'm just gonna run away and it'll be so chill. Oh man. Where's my dog at? Oh. Excuse me. How do I open my dog?
Your hand can set it large. Ah!
I have a spider in my pocket.
Oh, that's right.
That's right.
I got a candy cane for you last game, but we killed ourselves.
You got a candy cane for me. That's so nice.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love candy canes.
Good job. Good job. I got my own good.
You are putting one of my favorites. Yo!
Yippee.
Yippee. Mick, since you're an expert, what direction do you think the beef will are?
That's not helping.
No, Mick would know.
Mm. Mm.
Oh my god.
We gotta kill him.
Cookies. Ouch. He kinda hurts. I don't know where my weapon is. Hold on. Why do we have to kill him? He's just like
They give us
horse.
stuff to make fridges.
Oh. Of ammo.
It's okay.
Do you get the thing?
There's more of these fellas.
Oh.
You never made it past winter?
That's true. I haven't either. The
That's...
furthest I ever made was with Mick.
We literally made it past winter together.
We didn't. We talked to Wolf.
No, we made it this summer. Bro.
You know, I genuinely don't think that's real.
Kid.
I don't know. Oh, I'm like going insane. Alexa, play DPRN.
Here, you can have a eternal fruitcake. That's what you are. Sorry.
Thanks. That
You're
doesn't make
welcome.
me less insane, though.
Oh. Hold on.
Man.
I'm doing a thing.
Okay, do a thing.
Oh, I'm starving.
It's nice.
Where is it?
I don't know. I'm gonna look for a flower, though.
Oh, I need one more flower petal. Do you have any?
Yeah.
Here, give me.
Here you go.
Here you go.
Thank you. I don't know why my guy got so upset. He doesn't like
Probably because you're fighting. Mine likes fighting.
Yours likes fighting?
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. The music and Zora are much louder than you? Oh. Okay, hold on.
Hell yeah. Oh.
Okay, well... It's fine. See your stream now.
So...
Hi, Ryan! Hi! You are so quiet. Oh. Are you sure? Is that real? The green... Turn Zora back up. Well...
I don't want to be a cat boy.
You don't want to be a cat
Meow.
boy. That sucks for you. Can you say yari yari dase?
No one redeemed it.
I just redeemed it in my heart.
No.
Man, I'm low on channel points, please.
You're not low.
I am low. I only have like 3,000. Hold on, I'm fixing my audio.
I don't know why the cum room didn't work.
Ew. Now music can't be heard. Oh man.
I got you something.
Thank you. I don't know. On my OBS, the mic, like my green is up there. Oh, I don't know.
I'm not making you a mod so you can just refund your channel points. Fucking stream.
Man, I see. That's so sweet of you.
Rip Zora for not having mods, I know.
Oh, can I be a mod?
Hell no.
Yeah, I don't want to be a mod.
Oh my god, you're the famous thou shall not test this bussy guy. How do you know about that?
Can I have context for that?
That's yeah, here I can actually like do it for you.
Oh, thanks.
If I can find it. Which one is it?
I don't know.
Thou shall not test this bussy.
That's so lovely.
I'm famous.
You're so famous. I think you should mod up ice, both of yous.
I think if we mod ice, our channel goes down the next 3 days.
What? I would mod Icy. He seems responsible. Although he told me he didn't know how to change this tag, so maybe he doesn't know what's going on. Okay, what if we give up on the beefalo and just like hope for the best somewhere else?
Well, let's go back to the grass area that we know where one is.
Yeah,
And we can go down the opposite direction.
Oh, okay. That sounds good. Isn't
take
that
like a mini break and make a
Elden
fire.
Ring? Oh,
Do you have any logs?
yeah.
Please.
Please. Like a fire pit or just a campfire?
Just a regular one.
Okay, here
The cook.
you go. Yippee!
Well, I'm gonna go die in a corner crying and screaming. Well.
Aww.
It's not
That's
gonna help
so
you get
messed
mod.
up. Oh. Dang, that's harsh. He doesn't probably? He doesn't what?
I'm not sure.
Oh, this is so awesome. Oh wait, I can tell a story. Check this out.
Ugh.
Don't ugh, man.
Oh.
It makes me look
Did I
guy
shut you up?
happy. You can leave. You can go make your own fire if you want. Okay.
Feed you.
I'm telling a story. Feed me after. I would.
You're talking about a hulking.
Oh, I haven't
furry
been read it.
beast.
That's you.
Don't ever say that.
Sorry.
Here.
Feed me.
You're too full. Oh, there you go.
I'm not. Thank you. Weird as hell.
Hero has been sharing your pussy.
That is
That's
so
nice
awesome
to
of them.
hear.
Community bussy.
Bussy.
Okay. Let's go.
What is this? Walrus
Wall?
camp?
Go to Walrus Camp. That sounds so nice.
I feel like you belong there.
Yo, don't say that. I've never met a walrus before, but I think they're kind of funny little guys.
So lovely.
Yeah.
Peach.
Sorry.
Do these guys just keep spawning back?
I don't want to fight him. I saw you.
Okay.
Yippee!
Pregnant.
Oh.
Ow. Okay, I'm not fighting them either. We can do that later.
Uh-huh.
We're almost there. Plink.
Blink? What?
Plink.
Blink?
Plink.
Blink. Like, like the little mini game on The Price is Right? Where you, like, put the little chip down and it goes
Like
clink,
the little
clink, clink,
cat.
clink. There's a cat called Plink?
The cat that blinked was like pink.
Oh.
These are the funniest sound redeems I've ever.
No way you're laughing this hard at your own.
I'm going ham. You're laughing too.
I can't hear it, but it's funny when you laugh. I think you should stream more.
Oh, maybe.
Walrus is not in the funny little guy category?
Why not?
I feel like it is.
He's punching your dog.
My dog's fine.
Okay, we're in the grass.
I see. I feel like we explored this whole grass area.
I only have the top half.
Yeah?
Oh. You wouldn't get it.
I wouldn't. That's okay.
I can't do this. I gotta end stream.
No!
I have no meat. I'm starving.
I don't have any meat either. I'm
need meat.
sorry. I'm sorry I don't have meat for you.
It hurts.
Okay, well, you'll be okay?
No.
Oh, I'll put traps out for you.
Oh, I'm dying actively.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. There's like so many rabbits over here.
I think you should stream more. Everybody thinks that. Bro.
Real.
I'm starving so bad.
Okay, well. Oh, I think the bunnies are asleep, Lukey.
Oh, it hurts.
It'll. Are you like
Are
gonna
there
actually
frogs up
die?
here? Yeah. Oh. Okay, this is the only thing that there is to fight, and they're scary.
You got it. You got it. You got it.
Oh, there's two. Okay, I got meat.
Okay. Do you want a fire?
Yes, please.
I don't know where you are.
I went up. I'm going down. I don't even know what anymore. That doesn't help you.
It doesn't help me. I see you.
Marathon survival games? When are we all playing Hightail together?
What the hell is Hightail?
I guess there was like a really popular Minecraft modding team or like something like that. They ended up making their own game called Hightail. And it's kind of like Minecraft, but Riot Games funded it, I'm pretty sure.
Yo, that's so cool. Amazing.
I would join perchance. Oh, sheesh. Now we gotta do it. Here you go.
Thank you. Can you feed
welcome.
people like bad stuff?
Monster meat, probably.
I see, I see. What's our game plan?
Okay, we're gonna go north. Oh, well, this way for me.
Okay.
And then we're just gonna keep going that way until we find a place to sit down.
Just sit down.
Whatever.
I love that song.
He has a hook for a hand. But wait, shoot. You're not supposed to know that yet. Let me start over. So there's this guy. He lives way out deep in the woods.
Sheesh.
Making clocks. That he says he has a clock for every one of his victims.
Wait, this is Stranger
Stop
Things.
at the exact time they take their last breath. You'll know when he's coming when you hear the click, click, click. Blocka, blocka of the hook hand.
Wow. Are you on Fiverr?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Are you checking notifications on it?
Mm-mm.
Damn, buh. Why this guy yapping? He likes to tell stories. It makes him happy. Hold on, I gotta get my traps. I'll catch up with you.
Okay. I'll wait for you.
Hey, thanks. Yippee!
Bussy.
Man, none of them worked. It's okay. I'll catch you a rabbit eventually.
Aww. You ready?
Uh-huh.
Okay, give me a second.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm ready.
Yippee!
Meow. Oh, neat.
Didn't we already go this way and it led to water? Or no?
We went up and to the left. We're gonna go this way. Wait,
Oh,
I haven't went up here. Have you?
guess not.
Oh, there's gold. Do you have a
Wow.
pickaxe?
I think I
I
can make one.
I'm just low-key running out of inventory.
Same.
Okay.
Oh wait, I have a whole dog.
I have a whole dog.
Got a whole dog. Okay.
Got that dog.
Got that dog in him. Don't laugh when I repeat what you say. That's so good.
I'm sorry, I like the way you say it better.
Ah, thanks. Yeah, pretty cool.
So much gold.
Did you take my gold? Bro.
Okay, well, I don't want to make you fill up your inventory if I'm already carrying it.
Oh, I already had gold.
Oh, okay. You can have it.
Thanks for letting me have the gold that I mined.
I queued up a song for you and everything. This is how you treat me.
Bro, I didn't know! Thanks.
You're welcome, I guess.
So it'd be like, I keyed up all these songs for you, and then they're just songs that you like.
Okay, you don't like it? I can change it.
Well, no, I do like it. It's just a little bit interesting how that one works out.
Uh-huh.
Like, oh, I'm doing this for you.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just start playing fart sounds on Spotify.
I'm not... Like, I don't have to listen to it. There's so much gold. This is so nice.
I know. We gotta remember where this is. We should, like, live near here.
Well, do the things respawn? I feel like once all the stuff's mined, then it's just like a rock area.
Stuff doesn't respawn? I feel like it does.
Well, I'm asking. I'm not saying that I know.
I'm not really sure.
Sigh.
I'm gonna go straight up from where I'm at
and
see if there's a desert.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Dang it, dang it. is no desert.
There's no desert.
It's literally just gold and rocks and then ocean.
Yeah.
Do you have torches and stuff? You can be good.
I'm gonna be good. Don't worry.
Okay. Up and down. I'll die.
So nonchalant.
I know. That's not real.
Okay. Don't say that's not real.
I'm not nonchalant.
You're not nonchalant.
I don't even know if I want to be. Cookie crumbles.
So introspective. Oh, gummers. put it in the coffee. Go crazy.
Unquote peanut nonchalant.
It's not exactly the right song.
It's raining. I'm all soggy.
Oh.
I'm also starving.
Yeah, it's like a little hungry in here, huh?
Okay. I don't know what your map situation is looking like, but to the left of the desert rocks for me, there's like a raccoon, like orange area.
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
I'll go there.
Cookie crumbles.
Yo.
That sounds great right now.
Do you just eat the crumbs like loose?
No, a mocha cookie crumble.
Oh.
Okay, there's no raccoons in here, and I was really hoping. I think I'm gonna die. I can eat cookie crumbles.
Oh.
I thought I can only eat meat.
Maybe the like special holiday stuff doesn't count.
That would be nice.
See a raccoon area to the left.
You don't?
On the right, there's like a river. On the left, there's a river.
On one of the sides of the river, across the river, is the thing.
Well, how'd you get across the river?
If you just go back down by the grass area.
Okay.
I'm really gonna die, by the way. I think it might be too late for me.
Oh. That's not excellent. I don't know how to help you.
Excellent, pal.
Just like your
I don't know,
hairline.
I'm on 20 health. Oh.
I'm just trying to get to you.
I'm telling you, wow. Ow. Fuck. I'm on 4 health.
Health? Like not hunger?
I'm dead.
Why are you dead? Sora.
I just am.
Oh.
Maybe I should stop playing this character.
Maybe. Or we need to be less picky about, like, where to set up.
Let me help you find it. It's over here. You see me?
Wow, you went way down. Ew.
My little angel in disguise. I'm turning Catboy mode off. It's time to get serious.
What? Oh, I thought Catboy mode was pretty serious.
Stunna, you are.
Where are we going? Gold.
I don't know. This is where my dead body is.
Well, what am I supposed to do with your dead body?
Not sure. I feel like if you keep going up, though, you might find something good.
Based on what?
I don't know.
Well, how do I bring you back?
I couldn't tell you. Hey, the Pig King.
Oh wait, I think I can help you.
Wait. There's stuff up here.
How do I use this?
What?
Telltale Heart.
You gotta use it on me.
Your
It'll hurt
skeleton?
you, though. On my ghost.
Oh, come here.
I'm coming. I don't really know where you went.
I'm at your body.
Isn't this a good stream, guys?
Don't ask
Just like
that.
peach.
Are you still getting peached?
No.
Oh. Someone get on that.
You're insane.
No.
Are these guys not chasing you to kill you?
They are.
You sure?
They are. What do you mean?
Oh. What?
What? I need them.
You can use it on me whenever. So good. Where's my body?
North a little bit.
I can't really find it.
Well,
I think I died behind a tree, so I can't see it.
that's why you rotate your map.
Well, I don't know when to rotate it, you know?
It's up here. Psst, 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 psst.
Thank you. It's 5 a.m. and I have to go.
I'm so hungry.
They know. They know. I might recover this one. I want to do better.
Oh, that's so exciting.
You hungry?
Sound like you're talking to a dog. Yeah, I'm hungry.
Sorry, I don't have food.
Okay, well, thanks. You're so helpful. Stash?
I don't know, I've never seen that before. There's a carrot. There's berries. So much food for you.
Yippee!
Is guy killing you? I can kill him for you.
I think he's chill.
Okay.
Thank you. There's a turkey in one of these bushes.
A grass area.
Yo. Oh, I looted that from your corpse.
That's okay. Cold. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
About what? What's wrong?
I don't know if you want beefalo. I don't think we got that right now.
Like, it's okay. We don't have to.
Okay.
It's no worries.
Let's like live here then.
Okay.
Come over here.
Okay, one sec.
Ow. I go right over here.
Yeah.
Okay. That hurt.
What? Swallowing
I didn't swallow it right.
her? I'm sorry. Here's good?
Yeah, right here.
Okay. Got a Wordle notification.
Really?
Yeah, you did
Do it
too.
right now.
No.
Oh.
Well, unless you want to.
It's up to you.
Well, we're kind of in the middle of dying. Just a little bit.
My hands are so cold.
Turn your heater on.
No.
Oh my god, you're such a baby.
It'll be all annoying on the stream. Stop being such a baby.
Yeah, real. Tell him.
Hey,
Oh, sorry. Oh my god, my dog's going crazy.
I'll go peanut nudge around.
Can you play that song?
Yeah.
Hmm. I don't even know if there's rabbits around here, but there's like holes for them. Yo! What is that?
What?
It looks like a sock monkey. What is it?
Where?
It's dropping crumbs. It's
I don't know what you're
really...
seeing. I don't see shit.
It got away. It was really fast. It looked like a little sock monkey.
Cookie crumb.
Can you eat the cookie crumbs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You can have
I don't have
all
any
of
other
these.
food, so I might need to.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry, don't worry.
I'm insane. The beasts are approaching.
Can you hold still? How do you feed? Is it left or right?
Right. Oh,
Bro, chill.
Oh, I didn't know there was more.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to the raccoon area.
Okay.
Hoping that there's gonna be food.
Surely there
If you
will
start
be.
getting chased, come down here.
Okay. Oh, I'm catching rabbits, but they're like the monster kind.
Yeah, once we go like regular sanity.
Oh, there's a dog! Ouch. I don't like him very much.
Come to me.
Ugly. Oh my goodness. The good news is I'm catching hella wabbits for you. She's really sad and hates it here. What? I'm at a meeting right now, so I can't hear you, but I hope you're having a good time. Ah, thank you. Thanks for that hydrate. Why are you lying? Sorry.
Pulling around.
Ouch.
You're getting murdered.
Yeah. Yari Yari Dazu would make it better.
Yada yada.
Yeah! So awesome, thank you.
I got the smoke coming out the boombox. Tonko peanut wrong.
Oh, I'm on 3 health. How do I fix that?
Well, don't get hit by these guys that are chasing you.
Okay, got it.
Put a flower crown back on.
Does my little hat not do more?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Fighting for my life right now.
I'm sorry, I cannot help you.
It should be like a little more health now.
Thank you. It's at 17. Oh my goodness.
I'm no longer insane, so give me the rabbits.
I don't have them. I left them in the trap because, well, I thought picking them up would make it bad. I'm sorry.
Okay. What happened?
Well, there's like guys chasing me. I'm just trying to pick flowers.
If you keep picking them, they'll stop.
Well, I can't. It's so over. Oh, don't even worry.
I gotta.
Yeah.
Oh.
I wish you could put pins on the map.
But what? Pins?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like mods for that.
I didn't know this was a moddable game.
Yeah, we should be using them, honestly. So I need a telltale heart, but I don't have any more spider glands, so that's a problem. How do I help you?
Can I revive at spawn or no?
No, you need to find one of the little touching stones.
Sigh.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll find this stone. Don't
No, it
even
isn't.
worry. I swear I played it where you can revive at the spawn.
Yeah, maybe like an easy mode or something.
Why aren't we playing on easy mode? You suck at this
I'm
game.
sorry.
You need that shit.
Play Wordle. Shut up.
Maybe later.
Okay. So you are really sad and hate it here.
No. I think. Oh, where's our house? Okay, there's our house. And there's where I died. Ish. So if I just
Yeah, I wish.
keep going, I will surely find a touchstone. Don't even
Okay.
worry. Don't even worry.
It's cold.
Turn your heater on.
Mm-mm.
Okay, well, suck an egg, I guess.
Sucking.
Good job.
Man.
Don't sigh twice. I'm not saying anything.
I'm what? You.
Yeah?
Man.
Uh-huh. Mm. It's rough out here, huh?
Is it?
Well, it's
I'm about
dark.
to starve and die too.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Yeah, why did I pick this game?
Well, that's a good game.
But I'm so cooked at it.
Yeah, that's real.
Oh, shut
It's
up. The
okay.
song's on.
Okay.
I got food. I'm fine.
You're chilling.
Okay, well, he's running away.
Your food?
Yeah.
So when you said I got food, I'm fine, you were just like hopeful.
Yeah, it was a little.
Okay. It's nice. Um,
You're finding one.
I'm finding one.
Are you?
Well,
Hoping for good news.
You're hoping for a noose?
I didn't.
What?
What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat yourself?
I was hoping for good news.
Oh, well, I'm sure good news is on the way.
How do I fix your hearing?
I don't know. I found a thing, though.
Oh, Joe.
Thank you!
I know.
Quite unfortunate, huh?
It really is. This movie only makes me suck.
You gotta find a little sock monkey that drops cookies. There's so much food over here, though, so that's slay.
Oh, good.
I know.
We need to start a farm so you don't have to find it.
Yeah, that's a good point, huh? Don't even worry.
Okay, I don't even have enough stuff to make a chest.
What do you need for a chest?
I can't even eat the eternal fruitcake. Hey.
Sorry.
It's eternal.
Maybe that's why you can't eat it, because it's, like, important.
You have any song requests?
Can you do, like, the really cute Playf one?
Oh, yeah. What is that?
What do you
Is
see?
that a sock monkey? He's like a little bear guy.
Is he dropping crumbs?
No, he's just dancing.
He's
dropping crumbs!
Yeah! So awesome. I like those things quite a bit. I don't know where our house is. Oh, just kidding, I see it. Oh, wow, I'm not going the right way.
Yeah, if you can request a song. To the 4. Can you 5, 6, 7?
Yeah. Don't even worry, I'm almost there. What?
Ow.
What are you hurting yourself on?
I hit my head on the microphone. But, like, I got shocked and startled by me hitting my head on the microphone, then I turned my head and hit it again.
I feel like it shouldn't be that shocking. You do it so often.
I wasn't expecting it.
Interesting.
Your song is in queue.
Yippee!
To the 4. Can you 5, 6, 7?
Wet Marauder Den.
That's...
Yarp.
Hey. There's so many crumbs over here.
That's good. I like to imagine you just like making a mess.
It's kind of messed up.
Oh, sorry. I don't know. You give the vibes of a pretty messy person.
Don't say that.
Oh. I'm just...
That's not real at all.
Oh.
Well, I don't know.
Don't think about it and then say, well, I don't know.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I guess it depends.
On what?
It just depends.
On what?
It just does.
Okay. How often you vacuum?
Not often.
How often do you wash your bedding?
Every week.
Really?
Mm.
I feel like that's really good. How often do you shower?
Every other day.
I can't think of anything else. I feel like that's pretty good. Yummy. Yummy.
Welcome home.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
The fruitcake.
Why is it on the floor?
I don't have any space to put it in.
I already forgot what you said you need a chest. Like, what you need for your chest.
Just logs.
Oh. Oh wait, I forgot my body. I think it's down here. No, it wasn't that far.
Okay.
Don't worry. I never heard this one before. Wow.
Yo.
Wow. Oh, I don't need those.
You okay?
Yeah, I keep like interacting with my skeleton. I'm just trying to pick up my stuff. Ew. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
Oh. I didn't do it justice. Sounded better in my head.
There's so many buzzards. Okay.
Boop, boop. Why did the tree shrink?
Maybe you scared it.
Last singing part of that song reminds me of that. Such special. Treasure. Sweet night.
Sweet night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
We're finally like making progress.
We're doing so good. What a nightmare fuel on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Nothing.
Planks. Yeah, I'm trying to make a chest.
Huh?
Trying to make a chest or two.
And I'm stealing your planks.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have a preference for where they are?
Somewhere up. Oh. Above the campfire?
That's not
Where, like, the
different
science
at all.
machine is? Like, on the same...
Oh.
I'm coming.
Don't come yet.
I'm coming.
Like, how do you
Oh
pick
my
it
god,
up?
they're so far.
I'm sorry.
You gotta make a hammer and break it. Let's just keep them there.
No, it's fine. I can make a hammer.
It's all yours, please.
Hello? Oh.
Hello?
Hi.
I'm like right here. Or like right here.
Please hold on.
Okay.
Air?
Like right here. Yippee.
Are you cute?
You okay?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Ew, why is
Okay.
there rot on the floor?
It's to fertilize.
Nothing to fertilize.
Bro.
It's just there. I don't like it.
Sorry.
It's okay. Okay, surely that's a good place. Oh, I died. I didn't even know I was low. That's my bad.
Girl.
there's
Just stay there.
there's
We'll
fruitcake in
figure
my
something
pocket and everything.
out. I don't know how to help.
Then why didn't you say just stay there?
Well, like, I was gonna revive you, but then, like, even that takes a second. Maybe you can find one.
How many are there per, like, world?
I'm not really sure.
Are we cooked?
Yeah.
It's okay, I'll cheer
Oh
you
my.
on.
Okay. I'm just gonna not go home tonight, and I'm gonna go find a spider gland so I can get you.
Yippee!
Why are you laughing?
Sorry. I'm gonna not go home tonight.
Ashamed of your fruitcake death.
No, it's mad at me.
Mm-mm. Ow, fuck.
You do it so often. I'm gonna keep tally marks.
Don't do that.
I think it'd be funny. You like red or
Are you actually
blue
doing
or
it?
green? Hello?
Hmm?
Pick a color.
What?
Pick a color.
What are my options?
Pick a color and I'll just tell you if I don't have it.
You have purple?
I do. Light or dark?
Light.
My favorite. Okay.
Only feel the cold. Lucifer. Banger.
Banger. Sorry.
You're doing that. Yada does it.
Yo! Can you do that again? I was not locked in. Please.
Yada does it.
Yeah. That's so awesome. Oh, okay. Thanks. Oh, the sock monkey is called a gingerbread pig, in case you were wondering. It's so cute. Wait, where'd I go? Oh, man. Oh. It's so... like, Aldi Christmas rat coated.
I forgot about that.
Maybe?
Happy Meal.
Happy Meal?
Yeah, I think they say that every time. It's funny.
What? What do they
It
actually
just
say?
sounds like they might say it, but they don't. I don't really know.
Oh, well, maybe they are saying Happy Meal.
I'm starving.
You sound so whiny. I'm starving.
I don't want to be whiny.
Well, there's a gingerbread pig at home, and there were rabbits in the traps, if you're not insane.
I'm not home.
Well, I'm telling you to go home.
No, I'm looking for stuff to revive you.
Oh,
It's dangerous.
thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh, Pika-Bee!
Pika-bee.
Yeah. A big ol' ocean. That's pretty
What?
slay. I'm looking for
Big lotion?
big ol' ocean.
Big lotion.
Bro.
Someone's leak name.
Big ol' ocean?
Yeah.
What kind of leak name is that? That kind of
An awesome
sucks.
one.
Oh.
Oh. My hat broke.
No.
You better be sorry.
Okay, well, it's like I'm sorry for you. Like I'm pitying you, not like I'm taking accountability for your broken hat.
You should.
I'm not gonna. I got a little guy following me.
The gingerbread pig.
Yeah, Justin's hat. That's cute. I didn't know he could see me.
Oh, it really is a gingerbread pig.
What?
The gingerbread pig.
Did you think I was lying?
Like I didn't know you were still following him.
Well, no, he's following me.
Oh.
Yeah. Bro, I'll take accountability if it's warranted. I'm
Yeah,
on
right.
the
Always
other
warranted.
side of the map. I didn't
It's
break.
always your fault.
I didn't break your hat.
Right.
I didn't touch your hat.
Do you see her not taking accountability?
This isn't an accountability thing. Oh my god. I'm sorry that like bad things happen to you and you just like need somebody to blame so that
Do you see her doubling down on it?
do you I hope you starve.
And now she's insulting me.
I'm ready to fight you now.
Come here.
Where are you? Oh. Wait, look at I don't know.
Oh, I
Look
don't
at
see it.
look at the gingerbread pig. Do you see it? It's on cookies.
Mm-mm.
Look right here. Oh, thank you. See, look, Icy broke your hat. It wasn't even me. Suck a
Yeah,
fucking
he's lying to
egg.
cover you.
Well, that's fine.
Tell me to suck a fucking egg.
No.
That's what I thought.
Making me feel violent.
Mm.
I see it. Yeah, it was pretty cute, wasn't it?
Walking on this tightrope. You can fight if you want.
You don't have a choice.
Oh, you're gonna lose.
I would not lose. That's crazy. That's so
You're gonna try a
funny.
little judo move, and I'm not gonna jump to like let you. You're like, oh shit.
Bro.
And then you'd be like, I'm sorry, I'm not accountable for this. Where'd you go?
I don't think I have anything to say to you.
Oh.
I wouldn't like judo throw you. I would just like punch you. I don't know. Bro.
It's gonna punch and a little squeaky noise gonna play.
Why are you squeaky?
No, you're squeaky.
I'm squeaky. What?
Ice, what is that message?
What is that message? Can you elaborate a little bit on that one?
Water.
This cake is not edible, I don't think.
What?
Well, like, it's not green. Like, it's
What?
just...
Fruitcake?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's not.
I think it's just a decoration. Oops.
Oh, I can't feed you.
Feed me now.
Stay still.
I am. Thanks.
Wait, there's more.
What are you feeding me?
Berries.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Yeah, you want one of these?
What is it? No, I don't want to match with you. Don't sound so disappointed.
Sorry, what do you want from me? I am disappointed.
Oh. Womp womp. Sorry, I've been up here for you.
It's great.
Don't be that disappointed. My goodness. Oh, that makes my house go up. Do you know what the pan flute does? I forgot.
I think you like play it to your crops.
Is that real?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying stuff.
Yeah, I feel like you always do. I don't really want pigskin.
Oh, you're standing in front of the chest.
We need pigskin?
For something eventually.
Okay.
What do we need? How do we make you a farm?
Oh, I think I just need... hold on, I don't know. Do you have flint?
Yeah.
I need rope. How do you get rope? Is that from...
Grass.
Okay. It's
17 right here.
nice.
Ice never elaborated. I was waiting.
Maybe he changed his mind. Ouch. Lava hurts a little bit.
I wonder.
Oh my god. Do you
You want to elaborate?
Well,
bro.
I'm sorry. Well, I was looking at the lava, and then there's a big dragonfly.
Is it like massive?
Yeah, it was huge.
Fuck, it's the boss. Why do we live next to it?
I didn't know there were bosses in the game like that.
I want to revive you.
Don't revive me!
So
oh my god, it's fine. It's fine. I'll find the thing.
I just revive you and you want to fight me.
Yeah, that's real as hell.
Yeah.
That fight was beautiful.
Okay if you want to lose.
I genuinely don't think I would lose.
No.
Well, I don't.
Confident.
I don't think you would like try that hard.
Yeah.
Like I feel like you'd be like, oh, I don't like actually want to hurt you, but I have no qualms. I think I would just kill you.
Okay. You wouldn't kill me.
I think I would.
You said you wouldn't want my blood on your hands.
Oh, I was just being mean when I said that.
Uh-oh.
I'll rate this on a scale of 1 to 100. I kind of don't like its legs. It's kind of got chicken legs.
Chicken jockey.
Thanks for that. Okay, surely there's like a revive thingy by the boss. A wet hound. That's so awesome. Boss just wants to be haunted by Zora? Oh. I mean, I guess that would be nice.
I would haunt you.
Would you really?
I would.
That's so nice. I want to be haunted so bad. Hello?
Sorry.
84? 84 is pretty high. I think I would give it like a 60. I guess it wouldn't be by the water, huh?
Oh, fuck.
So I'm saying... what's wrong? Are you dead?
I'm like about to be.
Sorry. I killed you. Nuh-uh. I don't think I'm vengeful like that. I think I'm a nice, neutral, unbiased party.
I'm gonna die for you.
Well, I didn't ask you to do that.
You at least grateful? Fuck. Oh god, thank god it's a full moon.
Guess I'm a little grateful.
You remember where the Pig King is?
So...
Oh, I'm not gonna be able to get Glommer in this time.
Get what?
Little Glommer, he like sits on our farm and is really nice. He makes little
Low
cute noises.
glommer.
Little glommer.
Little glommer. I'm not sure what that is.
It's okay. We had him whenever we played.
Oh. The
You
picking
just don't understand.
is moving on. So from our house, it's like southwest. Assuming that there's stuff.
The heck?
I'll be on your farm and make cute noises. Yeah! Wait, come here. Psst, 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 psst. That sounds so nice.
I would walk by and she would just like hiss at me.
That's kind of awesome. I think an Ina sniff would cure me. How goes the don't starving together? Well, I'm a little bit dead.
Godfrey.
It's a little Godfrey? What? Who is that?
I did not say that.
What did you say?
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
No, wait, come back. This little Godfrey.
It's an Elden Ring boss. I did not say that. What? The fuck?
Your name is Godfrey. DM me immediately. That's so funny. I got some questions. Okay, maybe this way.
I have stuff to revive you. Just go home.
Okay, I'm already home.
Don't say maybe this way like you were doing something then.
Well, I was doing something.
Shit.
Well, I went in the direction of home because I tried going east and there's like just an ocean. And I was like, man, even if I cross the ocean, I'm never going to find my way back. So then I went back. Do you lose max health for it? Or is it just like temporary?
Yeah, it's bad.
Oh. Like, you don't have to do all that. So
I'm at the house.
Hi. Thank you.
Maybe if you wore the helmet that I would give you, it would protect you a little.
I don't think that would have protected me from a big old fly. Is this my skeleton? Or is this an old one? Why did I die at our house twice?
That's a good question.
Yo, leave me alone. Can I eat this? Don't worry.
I'm a little bit worried.
No, I just said don't worry. Follow instructions, please.
Because you're not concerning.
I'm not. Look, I caught a rabbit for you.
Aww.
It's lovely. Okay. Time to get serious.
Time to get serious.
I don't think I sound like that necessarily.
Oh, I think you do.
Oh. Thanks for the berry bushes.
You're welcome.
Sleepy.
Ow!
Yo!
And you get a tally.
I did put a tally. There's only 2 so far.
Okay, good.
Well, there is more, but I didn't want to like retroactively go back because I didn't remember how many times you did it. But it was like at least 3. What's that?
God.
This is so awesome.
This is not awesome.
So awesome. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow.
Meow, meow, meow. I'm not hitting myself.
You are. Bonk.
Man.
Meow meow meow.
Yeah. My axe. I'm ready back.
Can I not eat this? Why is it green? Everything is full. It's fine. Oh my god, a nut. I hope this is the way home. It's not.
What's up here?
Huh?
Where'd you go? Up.
Up.
Or wherever I'm at.
That's down.
This way.
Okay.
Oh, let me get this.
You're so sleepy.
No.
Okay.
Come on.
This our way.
I don't have anything to see. I can't see. I can't see. Okay, this way.
Okay.
Down. Okay. Put that thing away.
Oh, sorry. Yo! It's awesome. Oh my god, I have coffee.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! It has 1% milk though. Sad.
Ew.
Like, it's fine. It's just not ideal.
God.
Can't hear Spotify over this guy going. At least he's happy. I guess that's what matters, huh?
I guess.
Or I hate her.
I know.
Wow. Are these lined up for you and it's above the fire pit?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep it like that.
I don't know why you need that. Ow.
Because, like, sometimes when you're picking berries, they land, like, behind and you literally can't reach it.
Yeah, then you put it right back whenever you get it.
Like, why?
Because you're normal.
Are you serving?
In the song.
Oh. I need Flint for real.
Here.
Oh, hi. Nice. I'm so garden built. garden build. Oh, you have so much. Okay. This is gonna take so long. Yeah. Oh my god, never mind. I'm so good. Oh, there's sweat in the chest too. Wait, this is so awesome. Things are happening.
Oh my god.
Oh, I guess
Gotta go find me. Taco Bell sound.
Yo.
The beasts are approaching.
The beast is upon me.
Why did you say it like that? The beasts are approaching. Nobody says that.
Here. Gotta protect you.
How do you know they're approaching?
I didn't just say the beasts were approaching.
I think you would though. Oh, I need ammo too. What my little thing is. Huh?
Can we make a cooking pot yet?
I'm okay.
We need more stone.
More what?
Stone. We need cut stone for a crock pot. Crispy skeleton.
Crispy?
Yeah. Growling.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. You can growl if you want. Oh. Do you mind if I do?
What you doing?
Yeah, I got a t-shirt.
Oh, good job.
Thanks. Blah, 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 blah.
I'm missing you.
Okay. Interesting dramatic license you took there.
Thank you.
That's sticking up things. Oh, I need a shovel.
I have.
Oh, slave.
Oh, this fucker. Stop running that way.
What's wrong?
I'm trying to chase something. I'm gonna murder you. He's shit.
Yeah? Just like that. Sorry.
I'm having a real hard time.
sorry. Kind of awesome.
I'm gonna fucking freak it.
Are you dead?
No.
Well, that's good.
I think my booty hole froze.
What? What does that mean? Stay warm. You know, maybe get some blankies or something. It's cool as shit out there. Are you home now? I hope. Please stay warm. Come here, I'll warm it up for you.
The booty hole?
Yeah. Are you like okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Stay safe out there. How to walk Dexter? Oh. Is Dexter cold? Get out, booty heater. Oh my goodness. Mick, does your car have a booty heater? I quite like those.
I don't imagine that you're like a part of her car, right?
Huh?
You're a booty heater.
Okay, well, like, don't call me that. That's weird. I would be for Mick, though. Oh, I want this. Yippee! Don't got enough money for that. Goody any day of the week. Thank goodness. So awesome. Can you cover this song? Can you not hit the note long enough?
I just didn't think about it.
Why did you pin that?
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Thanks for the head pad. It didn't work.
Your headpad still work? That's so sad.
I don't think anything does.
You don't think anything works? Oh. Why is there, like, doo-doo on the floor?
I don't know. You're the booty heater.
That's not related to anything, actually. Man. Okay.
Meow.
Oh man, I left the flint at home. Ugh.
Meow.
Can you say it with a bit more passion? Yo! Oh my goodness. Can I get that on demand?
No.
Sigh.
Booyah.
What? Pika-pee! Man, you're gonna make me go upside down, and everything is lined up so nicely. Okay.
Yeah, that redeem should be removed from existence.
You are the only one who has that opinion.
I'm the only one that's right, and that's okay.
I don't know about that. Okay. You can have my honeycombs down there.
Bruh.
Okay. My tail's in the way.
Substitution too.
Huh?
Nothing.
Okay. What are you doing? I have to cut wood and then make planks and then cut grass and then make a garden thingamajig
Oh,
and
good job.
then make a hoe and then and then we need stones for a crock pot. I think that's all.
Okay.
You write all that down?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I thought that was like what you were doing, so like I didn't have to think about it.
It's okay, that's what I'm doing.
Oh,
Tail is always in the way. Nuh-uh. It's usually like halfway off the screen. Sigh.
Oh yes, sir.
Okay. My goodness. Everything is full.
Oh.
So I'm saying, man, I guess I can eat
Can
a
make a backpack.
carrot. Oh, are you?
Mhm.
Did you guys die? Did we die?
A little.
Yeah, I think I died like 4 times.
Yeah, a lot of times.
It's okay. It worked out every time, so
Yeah.
it did. I'm thriving right now.
You're welcome.
Yo, I am a gamer. I don't know. You know how when you're on a Discord call and then you're playing a game and then like there's like the Discord overlay? Your fat head was blocking my health. And
Shut
so
the
I didn't
hell up.
so I didn't notice that I was low.
If you were a gamer, you'd know you can move it.
Well, I don't want it to be on this side. I don't. Oh man. There's a whole carrot field, but I'm just so... Everything is so full. I guess I don't need a bathtub thing.
Why do you have that?
It looked interesting.
Z-shaped bath.
That's real. Okay.
I like low-key need to go AFK for a second, but it's nighttime.
Oh. Are you by home?
I'm at the campfire.
Oh, I'm on my way home. I can protect you.
I'll trust you.
I don't know. You could pause the game too. Whatever you want to do. I don't mind either way.
I'm gonna trust you. Are you like almost there? Okay. I'll be back.
Okay. Everything will be so okay and regular. I'm doing so good. Food-wise. Oh man, I forgot to get grass. It's okay, we got so much wood. I have 1 rope. I just need 2 grass. And terrible bang emoji, that's so real. I'm a pretty okay gamer. I guess it depends on the game. For the most part, I do a good job. I love this song. Okay, maybe I should sort my inventory. These are my tools. I don't know why I have 3 torches. I guess that's going on the floor for today. Here's food. Here's supplies. Looking pretty good, I think. Learn how to craft singers and moonshots. Okay. Learn how to craft kablooies and dread pebbles. Okay. I'm gonna craft rope faster. Wait, maybe that goes crazy. Oh, now I only need 1 grass. You guys think he's hungry? I'll feed him a rabbit. Choo choo. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Yippee! Don't wanna like go too far. If I could just find like 1 piece of grass, then it would be so slay and awesome. I wish carrots made that noise when you cooked them in real life. Clink, 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 clink. Oh wait, I should get this stuff out of my
Holy
dog.
shit, it's cold.
Oh. Maybe like turn your heater on.
I just got told that we're supposed to get 18 inches of snow.
I'm so jealous. Man. Do you think your power will go out?
I don't know.
I know a lot of people are worried about that around here.
I'm not worried about it.
I did a good job.
Hmm?
I did a good job.
Oh, good job.
Yeah, pretty cool, huh?
I don't even know what you did.
I kept you alive.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You fed me.
Yeah. Pretty cool, huh?
In a dream.
What?
In a dream.
In a dream.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I don't know what that means.
Someone doesn't hear lyrics.
Well, it's not particularly loud. Okay.
Really hope I don't run into the dragonfly.
It's to the west. Or sorry, the east. Like where all the little magma puddles are. So as long as you didn't go that way, then I think you'll be fine.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Do you have a preference for where the farm goes?
No.
Okay.
Wherever you want it.
I feel like you're gonna come back and be like, what the hell is that?
That's probably true.
Yeah, you always do that. You're like, I don't care, and then I make a choice, and you're like,
Yeah.
actually, I
Sorry that your
secretly.
choice is the worst possible outcome that I didn't expect.
Okay, well, if you.
It's like, do you care where I put this? I come back and the fucking house is upside down.
Well, don't
And I'm
say
like,
you
well,
don't
maybe we
care.
don't do this.
Don't say you don't care if you secretly
Well,
do.
I had like expectations that you would know.
Okay, well, you didn't say
Sorry that you didn't
that.
meet them.
Sorry you didn't communicate. I don't see how that's my fault.
It's like communicating with a fucking rock.
You asked to be here.
You said you wanted to fight me.
Bonk your head on the microphone. What the hell? Man, I don't even
Eat a
care.
carrot.
Man, that sounds kind of nice. I kind of dream about a carrot.
No way.
I was like at the grocery store. I was looking for watermelons, but they weren't in season, and so we got carrots or something.
Bruh.
But then there's also like a keyboard there. I don't know. It
A
didn't.
keyboard.
Yeah. I don't know. Yummy. Oh, sorry. You can get watermelons from the still. What's the still?
Yeah.
Sure. Well, yeah. Like, I know that. It just, in my dream, that's not how it was. Sorry.
Sorry.
No, I liked it.
Turning Catboy off.
Coming down from the ceiling.
Thank goodness.
Yo, I did not ask.
I don't have to ask.
Yeah, I know, that's the problem, huh?
Is it a problem?
Mm-hmm. You're too opinionated. Too opinionated. Do I sound like that?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Guys,
What
doesn't
are
she
you
sound like
reading? Nobody's gonna agree with you.
I'm waiting.
Okay, keep waiting. What are you eating?
Brown sugar and cinnamon Pop-Tart.
Yo! That's so awesome. What is your problem? What?
I just didn't think you would put it there.
Oh! Is it too close? I figured it's like
No.
a fine distance. I really don't know what you want. Like, it's fine if you care. Just like tell me.
No, I don't.
Bro.
It's funny.
We get rid of garden stuff. If not with the pickaxe. You're off screen for a while? Oh,
Probably
don't
in the
worry.
one with the fucking carrot that says food and gardening.
What? That's not what I'm asking. I have a hoe and a pickaxe. There's just like garbage in the flower bed.
Shovel.
Oh, I don't have a shovel.
I'm coming.
show, please.
I'm working on it.
Okay. Hey, thanks. Thanks. Oh. Hello?
Hi.
Huh? Sorry.
I'll keep doing it.
Oh, okay.
I think people ever come in and they're like gonna do their first time chat, and then you just hear both of us going, and they click off.
No. Surely that would not turn anyone away. Surely that's awesome.
They don't even speak English here.
Yo. It's awesome. I don't know what to tell ya.
That one's all you, Chief.
What's on me? Well, I'm not gonna read that out loud. Thanks for that.
Everyone,
Oh,
but especially Nick's
okay.
booty hole
I didn't-
after walking outside this weekend.
Okay, I didn't mean like I want you to read it. That's so interesting. Why did you do that? What is wrong with you? Co-elephant chunk?
Yeah.
You've been busy, huh?
Just a little.
Okay, well, don't log on me by knowing the words. Wow.
Yogi dueta.
Oh.
You're really talking down there. Why do you get the?
I think the planes go faster if you talk to them. Pickle.
Do you know sequa? Careful, it's getting dark.
Be careful. I think we're doing good.
I'm kind of doing good.
Well, I'm doing good. I don't know about you.
Better than you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You can type you suck, but like you still like revived me twice, so I don't really know what little games you're playing. How do you talk? How do I
That's
mute
like
you?
Oh.
Hi, Tommy. Look at my dog.
Pushed him into the darkness.
I'll be fine. You got that dog in him. My voice is cuter than yours by a lot.
Okay.
Okay. Everything is going so
Okay.
well.
We got like a system.
We got like a system.
Just need to find a little bit of food. How do we prepare
For what?
for like winter?
I got food for you.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know.
Can we make a fridge?
Oh yeah,
See if we have this stuff.
I think we need rocks for it. I'm working on it. Okay.
There's a lot of hounds up here.
Are you saying you want
Killing them all.
help? Or what?
No, it's okay. I got him.
Okay.
Oh, there's a hound mound. What the fuck is that?
Ew.
It's okay. I'm really good.
Okay.
Na 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 na.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. What is that emote?
It's really cute. It's got big boob eyes.
It's got like a weird lips.
Weird lips.
Yeah.
I don't see lips.
You just don't see.
Well, I'm looking at it. Are you sure those aren't just like the little feet?
Maybe.
I don't think you see.
Got a sugar cookie.
Yeah.
Let me take a closer look.
And the sugar cookie?
Ow.
Wow, good job gambling. Do you know what the fridge is called?
Refrigerator? It's in this chest symbol.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Is that a no?
Stone. No, it is, it is.
Icebox.
And
Okay.
cut stone.
Here, I just make them.
Have that? Marble.
Here.
Yo! Oh my goodness. Slay.
What a good one.
I don't think I've heard this one before.
Is it liked? Yeah? Oh.
Oh, pant.
What's going on there?
What?
What's going on there?
Oh, what's going on where?
Exactly.
You don't know shit.
Every day is mellow. Hello, mellow.
But you're at the fridge.
Like maybe like up here, right here.
Like between the chests and the berries?
Yeah. All the chests are gonna go to the right, so that can.
Like that? Is that not what you meant?
No, it's good.
I have a hammer. That's where you were standing. What do you want from me?
It's fine.
You're scaring me.
You did really good.
I don't believe you.
Do we have enough stuff to light the fire tonight?
There's charcoal right above it.
Does that even help?
Yeah, I assume it's good.
Hello.
What is this font? Font for what? See any fonts? That was a good morning, Tiger. Happy Funky Monkey Friday.
Morning.
Good morning. I hope you're so good.
Hello.
Stream elements? Oh, for me it's just italicized.
Hello. I think your numbers are just so big that it makes text small.
Oh, I'm very cold. It's cold outside. Oh no. You guys need to wear some layers and some blankies, huh?
Everybody's booty hole whenever they walk outside.
Yup. That's...
Hey, I didn't come up with that.
Yeah, you didn't come up with it, but the fact that you're repeating it says something about you.
Don't shoot the messenger.
No, but it's like, if the messenger was like, gave you bad news, and then 30 minutes later was like, hey, by the way, you remember that bad news I gave you? And then it's like, well, now I feel like I'm gonna shoot you. You know?
Don't say people's booty hole status is bad news.
It is.
Is that my dance move?
Let me see. Yeah, what do you call it?
I call it the ask me what I'm listening to.
What are you listening to?
Oh, nothing.
Okay. Thanks. I have so many tools. I guess I should use them, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I have an axe! I have an axe. Here you go. For you.
Thank you.
We ruled the world. Make it right. We make it right. Make it right. We make it right. You're mugging on me so hard.
Oh.
No, keep doing it. It's nice. Can you make that sound?
No. I wish I could.
I wish you could too. If a t-shirt and shorts can't keep me warm, nothing can. Is that real? I don't think that's real.
Make it right.
We make it right. Make it right. We make it right. I think I talked to all the plants. What's wrong with what I said? Yeah, I got nothing. Donkey.
No, what? What's wrong with you?
Sorry. Maybe it's your pronunciation.
No, it's not. It's your dumbass ears.
What? What's wrong? Man, I just killed a rabbit for you and everything.
Aw.
Sorry. Whopper, whopper, whopper. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Every time. Every time.
It's so funny.
Whopper, whopper. So down with it.
That was what?
Don't ever stop.
Oh, okay. Man. Maybe I need more rabbit traps. Maybe that would be nice.
I'm sure it wouldn't hurt. Give me the glamorous.
Give me the glimmer. Oh, not to like nothing. Okay. Oh my god, I have a shovel. Slay. Okay.
Blow your mind.
Do you think green mushrooms are chill to eat?
I don't know.
I don't know. Crunch, 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 crunch. Yippee! Ba-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-da.
Do you have any charcoal?
Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ooh, I don't. I can make you some.
I need 5.
Do I just cook sticks?
I don't know.
Don't worry, I'll make it. Hi, May! I hope you're not starving.
Hi.
Don't worry, we're not starving. We're doing so good, actually.
We're not starving.
We're not starving. He is so waste. Yeah, that's
kinda
real. Yeah, that's real.
Give me the glamorous.
Yeah, you need it for real, huh?
Fuck you. I'm sorry.
Sigh.
Give me the glamorous. Whopper, whopper.
Yeah. What?
The little trumpet at the end sounded like the part of the song was just you talking.
Man.
So I'm gonna taste this real.
Be honest, I don't know how to make charcoal. Don't worry, I'll figure.
Okay.
No, No, I'll figure it out too. Does it just have to like catch fire? Can you just like
You have to just light stuff on fire.
like a tree? Okay. I'm gonna go burn some things.
Fuck you.
Oh my goodness! Wait, May, you went to see him, didn't you? Was it good?
Wait until they find out about that surprise.
What?
Oh, it's okay.
Surprise. Is it cold or why is there white stuff on my screen? Don't laugh at that.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it must just be cold. Oh, I guess I don't need to be holding this, I'd heard him. This was my ears. Yo, it's your favorite idol ever. That's so nice. Yo, what a good one. Can I cook this? Oh, guess not. I don't know what that is.
Oh God,
Happy birthday, sweet. In and out, stuck in an airport 2 delays in. Is it from the weather? I'm so sorry. I hope you get home so safe. Hang in there, May. Oh wow, look at you. Okay. He's doing something. Oh, I was gonna light stuff on fire.
okay, I can do it.
I'm already doing it. The airport keeps having power cuts? Oh, that's... Wow. What excellent good news that is. I'm so sorry. 5 ashes. Do you want ashes?
No. It's whenever you burn a tree and like the tree turns all shriveled, you chop that and you get a charcoal.
Oh, I don't have an axe.
I'm doing it.
You got that, Shirley. I'm gonna... I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure what we need. I guess I'm gonna look for more bushes and such.
You have a tattoo of this one.
Yo! That got crazy. I didn't know that.
It's a really good one.
What is the Pig King for if it's not Halloween?
It's just a thing that's in the game. It's not a Halloween thing.
No, but around Halloween he like gives you candy and that's awesome.
Well, he just gives you other shit.
How do I trade with him?
I think you need to give him gold or something. I don't remember.
He doesn't want my gold.
I don't know.
He hates me. I don't know. It's fine. Got cookie crumbs.
We've got a cooking pot.
Cooking pot. How's that different? Ouch. How's that different from a crock pot?
Oh, that's the same thing. I just called it a cooking pot.
Oh, okay. Well, like we've had one.
Where?
Did we not have one?
No.
Oh, okay. Backyard tattoos I have a UN village tattoo, a Bambi tattoo, and various EXO ones. I love Bambi.
So awesome.
That is so awesome. I didn't know you were chill like that.
Chilling.
Me right now. You feel normal about that, man. Yo, as you should. pockets are full.
Oh.
Okay, well, don't sound fake sympathetic.
Oh.
Okay. Meow.
You okay?
Just making raccoon noises.
Hey.
Ay. Man, I'm tired of this pickaxe.
I'm sorry.
Can you not?
Oh.
Ow.
Mm.
Mhm. Yeah, there's so many things. Okay, I'll come back here. Yum, so many flowers. So nice. Cookie crumbs for you. They're in the
Thank you.
fridge. Welcome.
I'm gonna eat them.
Okay. Crazy. What is rot for? Can you use that as fertilizer?
Fertilizing.
Okay. Winter's Feast chest. Look at you. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yarp?
Yeah, you having fun?
Yeah. I'll make another chest, I think. Perhaps. I also still have your fool outfit. I don't know what to do with it.
Put it somewhere?
Put it where?
I'm not really sure.
I wish rather. Are there mannequins in this game?
I have never heard of that.
Sigh.
Also, don't really know.
Well, I assume if you've never heard of it, you wouldn't know.
Well, like, it could be a thing. Peach! Thank you so much for that.
That's so awesome.
That's not alright. Dang, dang. Is winter next?
I don't know how you tell.
Pretty sure it is. Let's just pretend like it is.
Okay. Next as in what? Like we don't have
Couple days.
like is it always the same? Like is it
Pretty sure, yeah.
okay?
Oh.
Yeah, bro.
You like copying me, it's okay.
I think I said it first, actually. So mature of you.
Oh, thank you. Takes a lot to admit that. You did good. What's wrong? Why are you quiet?
I'm
Pondering, perseverating.
What does that mean?
Something.
Okay, you don't even know.
What's the problem?
There's frogs. Wait, maybe they're chill.
Cotton, wind, blow, blouse.
Thanks.
Ow.
Ouch! That hurts.
Huh?
I don't know. Something hurts. I don't know.
You okay?
Yeah, I think so.
What is this meal you're cooking? 2 morsels and a forget-me-not? A forget-me-lot. Are you trying to fucking wipe my memory?
Both of you assume it's for you.
Oh, it's not?
It could be. Beep bop wah, ba-da beep bop wah, beep bop wah.
What a good stream we're having.
Shut it!
Beep bop beep bop.
Surely everybody likes that.
Sweetie cupcake feeling like I swear to God.
He can get away with saying sweetie cupcake, but I don't think you can.
Okay, well you can
I can what?
shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Hey, come back.
You want to kill a frog? They're scaring me. I'm sorry.
It takes like 2 hits. I'm coming.
Okay, well, I'm busy. But there's a turkey too. That'll probably be nice for you. Hey, look at you. Yeah?
It's hard to kill these things.
No. You don't have to.
I want to.
Violent.
I know.
I know.
I'm gonna
Yeah?
fuck my coconut water up, dude.
Yeah.
You gave me a soggy drumstick.
So awesome for you. Happy.
Can I get away with saying freaky cheeky?
Maybe.
Okay. Oh, it's cold.
It's cool. I told you there's like white stuff on the screen.
Oh, why? It's not even like winter yet.
Well, fall can still be cold, no? All my crops are growing. This is so nice. Yeah, I made some salsa. Pretty cool, huh?
Oh.
Yeah, pretty cool.
You're still thinking of her.
I always am. You're gonna love this.
I'm nervous.
Oh, it's chill. I don't have. Oh wait, I do.
You in there? You in there? Don't want to know what to wear, beaver.
Oh my god! Then mind your business.
Against the wishes of the people who live there. For this, they say he was cursed. If he or his company cut one tree too many, he would turn into a hulking hare. I think they're talking about the other character. You know the guy?
Would he?
I think it was a talking axe. It turns into like a weird werewolf thing.
What? Oh, I didn't know. My sanity is so good.
Mine too. I'm missing a lot of health though.
Oh. Maybe it's
Like
because
it's all
you're
grayed out.
aggressive. Oh, what's the number?
Oh, I got like 137, but like
What?
I'm missing some max health.
Oh. Haha, I wonder why that is.
No problem.
No problem?
Mhm.
Okay.
It's winter.
How do you know?
It's cold.
It's cold. Sorry. Oh my goodness,
Do you have
thank
any
you
sticks?
for the hype. What?
Do you have any sticks?
I have 3 twigs.
What the fuck are those? Yeah, can I have them?
Oh, out of fertilizer. I low-key don't have. I drink all my coffee. I have nothing to hydrate with.
Go get a drink.
Haha. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna sit here and be so chill and normal. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
I can't wait to get her banned. I'm actually just gonna sit here for fucking 3 minutes and go beep bop beep bop bop bop. I'm not even gonna blink either. Look in my eyes. Wow, this is so lovely. Yep, I was right. Oh my god. Who put these rabbit straps? I did so good. It's a shame she hasn't done much. Is this what karaoke's like? Oh. It's not quite winter yet, but like I think it like is getting there. There's a touchstone right by the house. There's one literally right there. What is this? A tumbleweed just rolled in the lava. Oh, it is winter because there's penguins. This is kind of ass. Oh my god. Oh my god. The dragonfly is on my ass. He's on my ass. It's on my ass! I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm on fire! Go home. Go back to where you came from, bro. Get out of here. I just slaughtered an entire penguin community. He dropped a fucking apple cider. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I got her a candy cane. Getting assaulted by penguins isn't what I expected. I know what you knew. I know what you knew. I know what you knew. Bow. I don't really know what's going on. We need more chests. We need more everything. Die. How do we prepare for the fight? Because I know it's coming. I think I just gotta lock in because there's no shot. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I think we need to go get more gold. I know what you know. You think she's hungry? Pooch. Oh, she's definitely hungry. She's fucking dead. What the fuck? I was about to feed her. Fuck. Why she got... What the fuck? How long does it take to get a drink?
Why am I dead?
You fucking suck.
Oh man.
I know where there's a touchstone, don't worry.
Huh?
I know where a revival thing is.
Oh, I probably already used it.
You can use it more than once, I think, right? It doesn't look
No,
exploded.
well, it doesn't look exploded for you because I thought it's like user based.
You can
right?
tell me if you used it or not whenever we go there.
Oh. I like your balls.
Why they don't move them?
Sorry.
Stop ball haunting, bro.
What are they?
They're for keeping us warm.
I lied. I don't really like them that much.
Don't haunt the garlic.
Man, you're so bossy for someone that didn't even do that good of a job.
Yeah, look what I got you.
I love candy canes. How'd you know? Oh my god, that's so awesome. Well, you look, there's penguins. They're sleeping. Say hi. Yeah, we kill them. What's wrong with you? That's so mean. They were sleeping.
They're not even giving me food.
Yeah, you're just killing them for no reason. That's kind of messed up.
You dropped a fucking chocolate log cake.
Ew. Oh my god.
What the fuck is that?
He seems whimsical.
Let me cook. Help. Ow.
Did you...
He's attacking back.
Well, he looks like someone who would attack back. He looks quite scary.
Oh,
Did you think your head at all when I was gone?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Alright, let's go get you back.
Okay.
Let's
Oh my
see if you're
god,
used to
my
it or not.
plants are growing. This is so nice.
Alright, let's go.
Okay. Crunch. I don't think I've been north.
Okay, we gotta just be careful for the dragonfly because he punched me in the ass earlier.
You survived? He one-shot me earlier.
Right here.
Yo. Convenient.
Now it's broken.
Uh-oh.
You pick up the nightmare fuel.
Lips. That's so goofy. Sorry.
Let me know if you start freezing. I can give you the heater.
Okay.
You still have the hammer.
It's on the floor.
You break your skeleton.
Oh yeah. I didn't know.
Annoying little bit.
I didn't know that was something you could do. Yummy.
Did you got a few on the roof? What you wanna do? Yeah.
Thank you for the candy cane.
You're welcome. We need more gold.
Okay.
But I can't make more pickaxes because we don't have sticks.
Oh, I have pickaxes, don't worry.
Oh, can I have one?
Apple cider.
Whenever you're gonna leave the house, pick that ball up.
Okay. We should find the tall bird. You even say the thing.
Oh.
Sigh.
Okay.
It's fine.
Pinot natural.
Yeah. I got the blah blah blah. Let me breathe on you.
Smoke.
Oh.
Yeah, but my back. I think there's dogs coming or something.
There is some barking, huh? Where are my seeds at? bitch.
We just listen to this.
Oh, boy. Bit nervous about the dogs.
I can handle it. Elo.
I guess not that bad. Oh, they're over here. Ah! I feel like I can't stop to attack so you can get me. I don't know.
Yeah, don't. Just keep doing your thing. Oh,
I gave you all my 6. Oh, I don't have fuel for the fire. Are we, like, fine? What?
Why would you ever do that?
What?
Don't ever redeem that again.
Are you not
Sorry.
the person who put redeems there?
That was awful.
You can't get mad
I
at
hated that.
you can't get mad at someone redeeming things that you put. That's
Thank you for the hydrate.
cooked. Ouch.
Peach. I can get mad at them if I want.
Like you can, but you sound stupid.
Wow, thanks.
As usual. Oops.
Ice, you've never been right in your entire life.
Yo! He so
Well,
has.
When? Yeah.
Well, that's not fair.
Mhm.
It's not. Your elephant trunks are gonna get old.
Yeah, I don't really know what to do with them because we need silk and we don't have enough.
You need silk. What are you making?
You can make like an outfit that keeps you warmer.
Oh.
I won't tell you anything when Terraria, and I'll only tell the right things to fog.
Aw, that's so nice of you. Do you have a lot of Terraria knowledge? I always have to use a wiki. What is monster meat good for?
I don't really know.
Is monster lasagna fun to eat or no?
There's one monster food that's good to eat, and I think it. I don't remember what it is.
I guess I'll eat it and see. Ah! It's not good.
There's like one use for monster meat, and I don't remember what.
Snowball. It's looking a bit sussy.
Sussy.
Yeah.
What?
Well,
Yeah.
Yo, Yuki, thank you so much. It's sussy because I'm insane a little bit. Hi, Yuki. Thank you so much. My goodness. My goodness. Oh, did your new music release today? Shit. Oh my goodness. How did that go? Bow, 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 bow. I hope you had a lovely stream. Thank you very much for your raid. It was new music day. Yeah. New single dropped. That's so lovely. My goodness, I can't wait to hear it. Yeah. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're staying warm. If the thermal sun's in my pocket, like, is it just like working or no?
It keeps you warm when it's in your pocket, but you need to heat it back up by dropping it by a fire.
Okay, okay. Wow, I've listened to this song so much recently.
That's so good.
Yeah,
yeah. Yippee.
Yippee. I'm cooked.
I know.
Can I make a snowman? Would that help?
Maybe.
No. Ow, what's ow? Well, it's good. I think everyone seems to enjoy yo. Oh, ouch. Sorry.
Don't die.
I'm trying not to. The horrors. They're
the horrors.
They're everywhere. And there's no flowers around.
It's cold as fuck. I'm about to die.
Oh. It's not excellent. Eating the candy cane did not even help. You licking while go lay down? I'll be sure not to starve. I won't starve just for you, Yuki. Thank you for your lurk. Yippee. Oh my goodness.
Beep bop beep bop.
Real. I'm nervous.
We need more sticks.
More sticks?
Twigs.
Why am I cold if my son says it's at 84%?
I think that's the durability.
Oh. Everything is going so bad.
Oh my goodness, hello.
Oh my goodness, hello. Yo, why did you say hi to Zora first? That's cooked.
It's kind of based.
Not beast at all. I'm died.
Yeah, no, don't ever say hi to her.
Bro. Man. I think I'm delightful to say hi to. I don't get a hi. You killed me. Your bad attitude is why I'm dead right now.
How am I gonna get you back?
You're not. I'm just gonna...
I need
I'm
you.
gonna chill.
Night is gonna be so slow.
Oh. I didn't realize that night was longer. That makes sense. Well, if it makes you feel better, there's penguins by the house. Meow, 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 meow. Bow, bow. Bada, bada, bow, bow, bow. Bada, 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 bow. This game is hard.
Yeah, is it?
Just a little bit. I liked it better when you were dying.
That like never happened.
You died like twice at the beginning.
I died once.
No, it was like twice. The first time we reset the whole world.
Yeah, we killed ourselves on purpose.
Yeah, and then there's a second time that I revived you. Because
So I died once.
No, but the first time you're like, this sucks, you gotta restart. And I think that counts. It counts as 2. Surely. Yeah, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, I don't know what goes on in there. It's empty.
It's not empty.
Okay.
Bro. I'm about to play Wordle.
Go ahead. Let them see how bad you are at it.
Not that bad at it. I'm just a little slow.
Okay, well, don't make me feel bad.
You should feel bad. That was kind of messed up.
I do feel bad for you.
Thanks. Can I get a Yari Yari Daze?
Yari,
Can I get another one? I wasn't paying attention.
No.
Darn it.
No.
What do you want?
It's gonna be hard to get you back.
I don't need your help.
Yes, you do.
I don't think so. Also, I just like to point out the last time I died wasn't even my fault, so...
Who took 10 hours to get a drink? It was me, right?
I'm sure it took as long as you did when you left. I'm being real.
Good job.
Yeah, thanks.
You don't do that very often.
To do what? Take as long as you?
Bro.
Sigh. It's so over.
I know.
There's a touchstone here, but I can't hunt it.
Because you already used it.
I know, but doesn't it usually break? Turn into like marble pieces? This one's not even in pieces. Be like, man, this girl died so many times. We're not even gonna let her try again.
I'm working on it.
No, it's chill. I don't need your help.
I'm gonna end up fucking dying for this.
I don't need you to help me.
Alright, I can get you back.
I don't need you to. Your max health's gonna be cooked.
Okay. No, it's fine. It doesn't make me lose more, it just makes me lose it once.
Really?
It's already cooked, so that's fine.
I don't want you to be cooked.
It's too late.
Okay, well...
It was cooked the first time you died.
Ugh. This is a nice one.
I'm trying hard to get back home.
Godspeed.
Where did that saying come from?
Godspeed?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it's like shortened from like God give you speed or something. Kind of like how goodbye is like God be with you.
Is that real?
Mm-hmm.
I stopped saying that.
What are you gonna say instead?
Later.
Can you say it just like that every time?
Yeah.
Later. Oh, what is this? This is nice.
Mm-hmm. I'm at the house.
Oh, wait.
Get over here.
Hi. I think we're cooked.
Is there any food for me? There is.
Dramatic.
You coming?
Yeah.
I don't think I have enough stuff to fuel the fire all night.
Cooked, huh?
I think so.
It's so over. You don't have twigs?
Mm-mm.
Oh. There's a creature breathing. I'm not sure what manner, though.
What? You mean for real?
I think so.
Fuck. I hope it's not deer clops.
It's good. In Terraria, deer claps only comes during a blizzard.
That's very helpful.
Well, maybe it's like the same. And look, there's no blizzards, so it's chill. That's my
I feel like you're
expert.
coming on day 25 makes sense. Come here before I die.
Oh, okay.
Wait, where'd it go? Oh, I didn't make it yet. Wait, I don't have enough grass.
There's a torch right here. You could just like.
Okay, it's a torch though. I need grass.
I know. I'm saying you could go like find fuel or grass or something. Bow, 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 bow. I don't see any grass.
Would that if you want it?
You're doing it.
Trying.
Look at you.
I wish it would be day.
It's so close. Just be a little patient. Squeak. Okay. Bleh. Okay, listen up.
That's so lovely.
You didn't even hear it.
I know.
Sucks to be you, I guess.
It really does.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Double tap if you want it.
Double tap if you want it. Who wrote this? Dexter's
Yeah, if
mad
you listen to
confused.
anything.
Sorry you weren't selected for the selective hearing. Why is Dexter confused? Does Monsley sound like his toys? That's kind of cute. That wasn't a lot. Bro. Okay, listen up.
Glurp.
Don't say glurp. That one was dedicated to Dexter. Yo, I love this one. Oh my god. Give me danger. Wow, did I get one? This one and War of Hormone were my favorites for a really long time. They go crazy sicko mode. Oh,
I'm gonna be really low.
my skeleton. What a poor little sorry sap. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Goink. They're so cute. Yeah. Did not consent to that one being for Dexter. Just make him a G.
Sucks to be you.
Sigh. Except to Monsley. I don't make the rules. Reminds me of when I was a kid and my childhood dog would go crazy when I watched Jenna Marbles. I never watched Jenna Marbles. Did she squeak?
Come here, please.
Okay. Wow, you've never said please before. Hi. Wow, thank you so much. Hi.
Alright, you gotta like do stuff real quick while I go get stuff for the fire.
Do what real quick?
I don't know, something useful.
Can harvest crops. I can get cookie crumbs for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Wow, it's not very healthy in here, huh?
Yeah, the boss is coming soon.
Is that real?
Mm-hmm.
No. Womp womp. Bitch. Okay. I don't know what you're doing with this meat.
Just making food because I'm like low as hell.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm scared to like mess it up.
You can do what you want.
What?
You can do what you want.
Okay. Surely a carrot wouldn't ruin it for you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, keep doing that.
Oh, okay. Girl, you can't do much. Asparagus. Oh my goodness. Where's my Pika? She Pika'd? I also lost my streak. Wow, you're going through it, huh? I'm so sorry. I did Pika. Yo! good one. Oh my god, hi. Here you go.
Oh. Give me goosebumps.
Real. I wish the fruitcake was eatable.
Eatable. Ow.
So awesome.
How many are we at?
Can't tell you. It's more
You got some
than
food in your pocket.
you think. Oh. Asparagus soup.
Ew.
I only put 2 asparaguses in there. I thought you had to put 4 things for it to work.
I did. I put a carrot in.
Yeah, I love carrots. Oh, thank you so much, Allah. Side eye. Be comfy. Sigh. Oh, there's stuff in here. I thought we were like cooked, but it's fine. Bone shards. Okay. I think for the most part things are fine.
Yeah, I wish the grass was closer.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool, huh?
Yeah. What are you doing?
Snowball.
What at you?
What? Oh, I didn't know you could carry it.
We're doing it.
We need
Put a
another
carrot in
one.
there.
Oh, I don't have a carrot. Otherwise, I would have ate it, Loki.
You hungry?
Mhm.
Oh.
It's okay. I've got 3 fruitcakes, and they're not even eatable. Sigh. It's so over. Guess it can be like a decoration. Oh wait, this will help us. Check this out.
Is your farm not farming?
Well, it was for a bit, but I don't
What about
think.
the berries?
No. I don't know if they don't grow in the winter or something. But it's been rough out here.
Sorry.
It's okay. There's a cactus, but I'm scared it'll hurt.
It will, probably.
Sweet. Sweet. What's up? You okay?
It's cold. Herm. Oh.
Oh, it can't go in each other. Sigh. Exactly what I was thinking.
When aren't you thinking what I'm thinking?
Huh?
When aren't you thinking what I'm thinking?
Probably a good chunk of the time.
Yeah, sure.
It's true. Man, I wish my little pebbles killed animals in one hit.
Yeah, that thing sucks.
Yeah. I like this range though. Yo! These penguins have eggs. Give me that. Oh. They're protective, huh? Sigh. Weird thinking now. Yo! Why would you say that?
It's kind of real.
Man, who asked you?
Everybody.
Well, I didn't.
Well, I'm everybody.
I guess.
Eat shit. Blocka blocka. It's the love.
Everything is hard.
Oh. You dying?
A little bit.
What's the problem?
Like everything. I don't know how to fix.
Fix what?
My stats. They're sad.
Let me see what I can do.
It's okay. Oh my goodness, it's cold.
Alright, I can try. It's the love. You put more stuff in there?
And what? I put 2 twigs in there.
Ow.
This is scary as hell. It's okay.
You can't stack more.
He loves telling stories. I can't stack more what?
More snowballs.
Aww. Okay, well my sanity's a bit better. That's slay. Yummy.
Yippee.
Yummy. Grind in Candyland. What is Candyland? That sounds nice.
It's a really pink candy area.
Really? Have I been there? Oh, thanks for the
I
box.
don't think so.
That sounds lovely.
Are you starving?
Uh-huh.
How bad is it?
It's not that bad anymore. It's 37.
Oh.
My health kinda is sussy. But I don't
Stop
really know.
talking for a sec. Get me in there.
My mouth? Okay. Oh my goodness. I don't know what you fed me. That was awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Bam.
Bambi mention. Just like that.
That was my one-on-one rendition.
Wow, good job. Look at you clawing your little present open. Wow.
I gave you all my food, so I'm gonna go find some.
Okay, there's a morsel in the crock pot.
Okay. What's your health at?
28.
Okay, that's not good. Just try to keep making as much food as you can.
Okay. Never been over here. Bow, 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 bow.
I forgot my thermal stone.
Oh, I did too. Whoops.
I'm cold. I'm cold. Where's the house?
That's what I'm saying. I think I'm dead, Loki.
I think I'm dead too.
Oh man. Was at the house and everything. Sorry. Scratch his cheek.
I just gave you all my food.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I got like 4 health. Ow.
Oh.
Hit my head on the microphone again.
Oh.
I think this might be it for us.
Sigh. You did so good, though.
Yeah. Maybe I can get you back, but I doubt it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
No, I'm worried about it.
Don't worry about it.
I don't want to be alone.
That's okay. I'll sing to you.
Okay. It's helping.
Yippee! Oh. It's interesting that it's called a snowman, even though it's just 2 balls stacked. Maybe it does need a carrot. That's kind of cute.
What?
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-bam.
Okay, we're coming back. It's fine.
Wow, you're confident.
It's fine. Yeah, I'm under your skin.
Like a bug. So many tumbleweeds around here. Kind of awesome. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-bam. 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 Ba-ba-ba-ba-bam. Ba-da-ba-ba-bam. What is this? Oh. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-bam. Yo. Scrapbook. Yo. Creature.
You're having fun.
Sorry.
No, like keep doing it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna anyway, but felt the need to maybe match your serious energy a little bit.
Don't say I have serious energy.
Oh. See, this is what I want.
Okay, I can get you back.
Where are you finding all of these spiders from?
I'm trying really hard.
That's so nice of you. Oh, I didn't even consider killing the penguins for food. But
Yeah, it's not really worth it. They're kind of strong. They might kill you.
I see. This needs more investigation.
I mean, raw.
Raw.
Yeah.
Raw. Birch nutter. Sheesh.
Holy shit.
What's up?
I'm getting cooked up.
Oh, you got this. You got this. Bird cage. Make sure to feed the bird. The bird is fed fruit or vegetables. The bird will pass out seeds from those crops. Oh. If the bird is fed meat, it may lay an egg. Who would feed a bird meat?
Oh shit. Oh, it's fine.
Oh fuck. She goes back.
Oh fuck.
Looking good.
What are you doing?
Rolling. Rawr. That's so real. Oh, can I use this command again? Why is there a cooldown? To be honest, 30 is not the best number. It's fine.
Pushing 30.
I'm not pushing 30. Pushing like 100.
I'm fighting for my life.
I hope you're winning.
And yours.
You're fighting for my life? Sheesh.
Yeah.
Host performance good. Oh, see, you're doing good. You got this.
What are you doing?
Investigating. Let's look at your drip. You have a suspension shirt and swing pants.
Kind of real.
This outfit reminds me of something, but I don't know what. Maybe like a little waiter.
How many times has everyone died so far? I died once.
Who asked?
Ice. But he asked through TTS, so it wouldn't show up.
Oh. I died like once.
One's too many.
Oh, that's real. You didn't even keep me alive. I fed you and you didn't even feed me.
I was on my way to feed you and you died. I was walking towards you.
Oh.
Kind of awesome.
Kind of awesome.
Oh, sorry.
Well, like, you're making it your problem now, so I don't really know what you're talking about.
Oh, nothing.
Nothing. Grr. Oh my god. Shit.
Why is it gotta be dog time?
I'll hunt them for you. Hound Mount. That's kind of cool. They're like barking. That's good news, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what they're doing. There's like all these wolves and they're just like munching on a pile of bones. Like they're not
They're
even
just freaking it.
yeah, they're not even like doing anything. Oh my goodness, thank you for the alert, Chris. That's so sweet of you.
I might be a
Thank
little
you.
cooked. Holy shit!
What?
What is that?
What does it look like?
I'm fighting for my fucking life.
Let me look at your stream. Oh, you got a big one.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the papa. Bat pig? Do you have a bat? Sheesh. Maybe I should have made more rabbit traps. Maybe that would have been more helpful. I'm sorry. Listen, I haven't played this game in a while. It takes a bit to get a hang of these things, you know? You're doing so good! Don't even worry, don't even worry. You're slaying. Oh. Wow. A potato grew. Slay.
That's good.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Dude, those guys kind of just fucked me. I'm gonna be dead now.
Oh, that's so sad.
It's okay.
How you get health back? Besides eating like butterfly wings. But there's not that many butterflies.
I'm so
curious again. Oh, a carrot gives 1 health. A cooked carrot gives 3 health. Wow. Eggplant gives 8 health. Oh, I guess vegetables are just like good for health. I don't know what you're supposed to do though.
Die.
Oh.
If I don't starve through the night, I can get you back and everything will be fine.
Ah. Good luck. It's got more things coming out of it than we do. Okay. Whoever said that about a cactus?
It's kind of real. Who's that?
You when you see a bat pig.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. Did you cover this one?
Mm-hmm.
Slay. Roughage, non-survivor food. What's a non-survivor?
Sorry, I'm kind of locked in.
Don't be sorry.
I'm not very whimsical.
You don't have to be whimsical. I'm just reading.
I'm gonna starve.
Oh, that's okay. Potato. could
No
look
way,
at
that was
the
clutch.
recipe. Oh, for real? Fruitcake.
Yeah.
It says fruitcake is a veggie, but it didn't let me eat it. So what's up with that? Oh my goodness. Oh. Hi.
It's in a crock pot. Get some food.
I'm not that hungry. You can eat it.
I can't.
Oh. Cooked.
What's your health at?
33. Oh, your little guy's hungry. You're cooked.
I know.
What the hell? You're carrying me so hard.
No.
Well, I'm gonna go try not to die. Might happen though.
Have fun. Yummers. Is this eatable? Yippee!
Eatable.
Oh, sorry.
Silly.
Well, I think edible and eatable are different things. I'm sorry. I'm
No, keep doing it.
whimsical. Not like that. Okay. You died?
That's fun.
Shit.
Oh well, there's spider glands there if you ever get enough help. Revive me.
Oh, okay. I'll get so
Actually,
much
wait.
health.
I never used the revive stone. I'm just gonna go.
Are you sure, like, I didn't break it?
Oh.
There's one that's not broken that's, like, way south. I don't really know how to...
Open your map and show me.
Show you how.
Hover over it. Oh, okay. It's down there.
Yeah, it's this. So you go through, like, this autumn place, and then... I don't know.
Okay, don't die.
Okay.
I probably will die because it's so far away and it'll be cold.
Oh. I can...
No. It's okay.
I want you to die. I suck
I'll figure
eggs.
it out. Suck beans.
None of that.
A bunch of Christmas presents under this tree over here.
That's cute. I guess I need grass for you. Oh.
I had grass in my body.
Oh. I'm gonna take your grass.
Just take it.
I can get my own grass. Don't even worry.
Whatever.
Me when I'm edgy.
Mm.
sorry. Didn't mean it. What's wrong?
Nothing.
Okay. 13.
I low-key can't find it because my map won't fill in when I'm a ghost.
Do you know what kind of area you're by?
I'm at the very right of the grass, at the bottom.
So you're like here? You
No,
go like yellow grass or green grass?
Oh, no, I see.
You should just follow this trail, and then when it starts to like do a U-turn, you go straight and then south.
I think I found it.
Yippee! You're right. Like you're gonna freeze because you don't spawn in with health, you know.
I'll figure something out. I'm not gonna do it until the next morning.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
What's the recipe for a torch?
It is grass and sticks. 2 grass and
I'll
2
be fine
sticks.
then.
I think.
I'll be able to make a torch whenever I wake up.
Okay. I don't think torches keep you warm though.
No, but you can light stuff on fire.
Oh, why did you wow wow wow? That was so goofy. Awesome. You're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you. You're doing so good. What you doing?
I'm telling myself a story and making sure the little claws don't get the fire. Yeah. Wow, the night is not even halfway over. Cooked. My goodness. It's so persistent.
It's kind of rude.
Yeah, I'm always real.
No, you're not.
What? Yeah. I got the.
I'm pretty sure day 30 is when he spawns. I don't remember.
That's awesome. Is it during the day?
Yeah, I think as soon as it turns day.
Okay.
I don't really know.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Or I think it's a she.
The deer claps?
Day 30 or 31.
Okay. Well, surely we got that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bam, 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 bam.
Totally gonna know it's your turn, baby. Oh.
Oh.
Did you hear any weird moaning last night?
No.
Okay.
Bow, 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 bow.
They don't even spawn me in with my shits.
Why would they?
Oh.
Smog.
Oh.
Because, like, you know how my character spawns with, like, a spear? I feel like they should give me that again.
Yeah, but then you'd have multiple.
I want that.
It'll look like. Bow, bow, bow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed my thermal stone.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I might die.
I think that's understandable.
Oh.
Well, like, you're so far away. So long walk, I don't know.
It's a little bit of a long walk.
A little bit of a long walk. Wow.
Extreme.
Stop saying that.
Oh, sorry.
It is.
The VOD's gonna have no music. Wait, we're gonna look so
Bro,
crazy.
don't say that. Don't say that. Bro, it's good. It's good. It's good. I don't think there's that many VOD watchers anyway. It's okay. Hide.
Shut up, man.
Shut up, man. Silk. Okay. Okay.
I'm glad you're getting skins.
Thanks. How do you know if your thermal stone is like chill or not?
If it's like red.
Okay.
So, you know those Christmas presents?
Mm-hmm.
Don't ever open them.
And the enemies?
Well, now there's dogs chasing me and a tree monster.
What? How does that even happen?
And I'm gonna die.
Oh wait, you can decorate the tree.
It's great.
No, but there's an ornament at the house.
Oh well.
I can like revive you, right? I just
If you
need
have
to
40 health,
what happens if I try and I don't?
you die.
I feel like that's a fine trade-off.
Okay.
Why are there dogs?
Yeah, it's cooked.
That is cooked. I'm not as strong as you. Do they go away in the morning?
Mm-mm.
You know. What am I supposed to do?
You gotta kill him. Oh. That's okay. We're dead.
Don't sound so goofy about it. It's not so bad. I think we did good. I think
we did good too.
I think 30 is a nice big number.
We got to 29. Oh, no, we got 30.
Say 30.
We did it.
We did it.
Yippee.
Yummy. I'm pretty sure this happened last time too. I don't remember getting past winter.
No, we got this summer. We did the whole year.
But we didn't fight a boss.
Yeah, we did. I killed deer clubs.
Is that real? Me, you did that with Icy. I don't think you did that with me.
I've only played with him once. It was like 2 years ago.
I don't remember even seeing deer clubs. I've only seen her in Terraria.
You got a good memory.
No, that's my honest truth.
Your honest truth can be wrong.
Yeah, it's kind of real.
You wanna like find someone to raid or something?
Yeah, that would be cool.
Okay.
Thank you for playing
I don't
with
have
me.
anybody. Yeah, of course. Oh look, it's deer clubs.
I've never seen her before in my life.
Yeah.
I didn't know
she was.
I don't think I have. She's much bigger than I would have ever imagined. And she's also smashing everything. That did not happen to us. No, it didn't.
Well,
you're so full of it. That didn't happen to us.
I'm not full of shit.
I said full of it, but whatever.
Like I didn't mean it like that.
You can be like that if you want to. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Why are you floating like a freak, Bob?
I'm not.
That's regular, I guess.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, on my stream. Looking kind of sus right now.
Bro! Turn that off. I look scary. Because there's no...
Find anybody?
I don't have scleras. Like, I have a few people, but, yeah. We can do hollow bones.
Okay.
I think she's cute. Do you need her thing?
Yeah. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Yeah, baby. Thank you, everyone, for joining. I hope you liked everything. It's really cool, right?
It was really cool.
It was really cool. I'm so glad you streamed.
Oops, I just knocked on accident. Fuck.
That's weird. That's weird of you.
That's weird. Let's raid before it's weird.
Okay. It's so awesome.
What's a raid message?
I don't know. You're wittier than I am. You do it.
Bro. You just don't want to do shit.
I know, but you listen to me every time, so it works out.
Check this shit out.
Okay, I'm checking. You're not ready. Bro. Isn't that like includes you?
Oh no, I'm just the one saying it.
Okay, that's
ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye.